All right, we're all present now. Ms. Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Investigator Gilliland. So we kind of ended yesterday after talking about all the mass shooters the defendant copycatted in the steps leading up to the shooting. Did he also copy or mimic other mass shooters when he committed the mass murder at Apalachee High School?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So we're going to bring up this graphic. Can you kind of generally tell us what this is, and we're going to get into more specifics as we go through it.
So this is a chart that was created. The left-hand side's gear, and so it's different types of gear that was present or used during the shooting at Apalachee. And then each column is a different shooter, ones that we talked about, one that we didn't really talk about. There's a check mark if each one kind of had the same thing. So if you look at the top column, an AR-15 firearm was used by all of the mass shooters listed on the chart. And then going to the next one, the .223 rounds was also used in all of the mass shootings.
And specifically when we're talking about the type of ammunition used, did the defendant specifically reference why he was, I guess, going to use this particular ammo?
Yeah, so this slide shows more Discord records from May 20th of 2023. And he says, sadly, ammo prices are going up. I've stocked up on .223 rounds, the same rounds Adam used in the shooting, referring to the Sandy Hook shooting.
And ultimately, is that the type of rounds that the defendant used when he committed the mass shooting at Apalachee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to the chart, what's the next gear that the defendant used on September 4th?
The next one down is 30-round magazines. There was a lot of discussion in different records in terms of getting 30-round magazines. Each shooter in the chart also used 30-round magazines. The next one down is vest. Each shooter had a vest or used a vest within the shooting. A vest was purchased by the defendant's father back in, I believe it was June of 2024. And ultimately it wasn't used in the shooting, but it was present in the house.
And as far as we've earlier referenced the journals or the writings that the defendant made prior to the shooting, in one of his writings where he planned out the shooting, did he intend on bringing the vest to the school that day?
Yes, it was in several drawings. Moving further, black backpack was specific in 2 of the mass shootings, the Parkland shooting and the Uvalde shooting. A knife also was found in the defendant's backpack at Apalachee and was similar to the Parkland shooter. And then writings that were left during the shootings, after the shootings, was present in all of the shootings. And then gloves at the bottom was specific to the Sandy Hook shooter. So as a whole, it didn't appear that there was any original thought from the defendant when planning the mass shooting.
As far as you mentioned the knife that the defendant had in his book bag, did the Parkland shooter also have a knife? Was it present in his book bag as well?
It was, yes, ma'am.
As far as the writings that were located, did another, I guess, were writings located either at the scene or at the shooter's house after the shooting?
Yes,
in all these cases?
In all of the cases, yes, ma'am.
As far as the gloves, this was referenced earlier, but in the defendant's interview, did he give a description of the gloves?
He did.
And what color did he say the gloves were?
In his interview, he said the gloves were purple.
And is that a reference to another mass shooter?
Yes, Kyle Rittenhouse also had purple gloves.
What color were the gloves that he actually used?
They were yellow.
And finally, what is rim oil?
It's a lubrication that you can use to usually clean firearms or use it to protect them from rusting after they've been fired.
And did the defendant, was he the only one of these various mass shooters who brought rim oil to the shooting?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you explain this, based on your review of the records, was there a reason why he brought that?
It appeared to be. So in the Google records, there were a lot of Google searches referencing gun jamming drills, what to do if your gun jams. And in a lot of the research that we showed previously yesterday, in a lot of those documents, it talked about a couple of the mass shooters experiencing malfunctions during the mass shootings. And so I believe this was placed in this book bag for a reason.
Essentially to ensure that there would be no malfunctions with the firearm?
That's correct.
Now, prior to the shooting, the day of, did the defendant mimic any other actions of other mass shooters?
Yes.
And specifically, let's talk about some text messages that he sent.
So the Parkland shooter, this is part of the documents that were saved on the defendant's computer and cell phone, showing the Parkland shooter's text message activity on the day of the shooting. So it says only text to his ex-girlfriend were hello, and it's very important, and she didn't reply during the hour. And then at the bottom, he tells JT, which I believe was his brother, that he has something important, to tell him something important soon. So in the defendant's cell phone records, these are actually text messages to his dad. The top one says, "I will text you in about an hour," and this was the day of the shooting at 8:30 a.m. And then 1 second after that, he says, "It's important, so please answer when I do." So I found that these were very similar in saying that there was something important soon coming, and they were texting their loved ones.
And both of these texts to loved ones, did they occur short in time before each of these shootings occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now, in addition to kind of copying text messages prior to the shooting, was there a kind of mimicry element to where the defendant staged or got ready for the shooting?
Yes, and it was in the bathroom.
And what did that mimic?
It mimicked Ethan Crumbly, which is the Oxford High School shooter.
Before we kind of get to the bathroom pictures and showing how they were mimicked, let's talk about what the defendant said about his plan to go to the bathroom. Did he have that in his original plans?
He did. He had this. This was from the notebook that was found at Apalachee, and it states second, walk from first to the bathroom.
Okay. Now, is that different from what he told Investigator Smith?
Yes, I believe he told Investigator Smith that it was kind of a quick moment that he just went into the bathroom.
Okay. We're going to play that clip real quick from the Investigator Smith's interview at Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Already had the gun, it was just like that. That's kind of one way that get her to prevent calls. So I did that, and I walked out, and I was over probably 5 minutes in class. And that's when I was on the path, but like I quite literally just made a quick U-turn, just completely I went to the bathroom.
Now, let's bring up this next slide. Tell us about this.
These were on the left-hand side. This is the Oxford Township shooter, where he left his backpack and writings in the bathroom. And then on the right-hand side is the defendant, is the photograph from the crime scene, where he left some items in the bathroom.
Okay. And you mentioned Crumbly left his writings in the bathroom. Where did the defendant leave his again?
In the classroom.
Okay. Now, the defendant actually left his book bag in the hallway. Did he have a different place where he had actually planned to leave it?
Yes, in that same writing that we saw earlier, further down on the page. It says, set backpack to the side, pick up rifle with right hand, open stall door with left. So it appears as if he meant to leave his backpack in the bathroom as well.
And so his plan was to mimic Ethan Crumbley even more than he ultimately did.
That's correct.
Right. Now, in the execution of the shooting and how he went about it, did it appear that he had a plan to mimic a different mass shooter for that?
Yes.
And who was that?
The Sandy Hook shooter.
And tell us what you determined about that or discovered about that.
These are, again, Discord records back from May of 2023. He states, then make our way to the first classes, kind of what Adam did in a way. Not that hard, plus the classroom is point blank, so you don't even have to aim, kind of hip fire.
Okay. And then we're going to continue on with those messages.
Yes, still May of 2023. Most shooters fire a couple shits into random classrooms. They never go in, like Adam. I want to go in and stare at them, then fire.
And Smiggles responds, me too, I want to go in.
Also, shooting the door locks does work. I've tried it in an abandoned building before.
Okay. And so now we're going to move to our final category of evidence of intent and motive. And what is that?
Motive seeking fame.
Okay. All right, so we're going to start with the defendant's interviews with Investigator Smith. Did he indicate whether or not fame or notoriety was something that he wanted out of this?
In the interview with Investigator Smith, he indicated that he did not.
Okay. So we're going to play clips from both the first interview and the second interview at this time.
I don't want to traumatize or be known for this stupid shit.
Do you think it's because, you mentioned this earlier, about the attention? Do you think it's the attention
Not
that
at all.
keeps the voices away?
I personally thought that every true crime that I researched, people doing it for notoriety and attention, that was just absolute bullshit, and I thought it was really childlike.
So in the interviews, he indicates that this isn't for attention. What motive did he say in the interview was the reason why he did this?
In the interview, he said that he did not want the attention or to seek fame.
Did he indicate that it was just because voices told him to do it?
That's correct.
Okay. In your review of the evidence, including the phone extractions as well as the phone calls, what did it appear the motive actually was?
To gain some sort of fame or notoriety from it.
Okay, so we're going to start with some more Discord records. Can you tell us about these?
These are back from May of 2023. Says, so what school are we going for? Elementary, middle, high? Elementary, I think, would make history. And then a day later, the more fucked up, the more fame.
Okay.
Again, these are in 2023. He's waiting for the day I snap at culture, continue what he started.
And then Smiggles responds, hopefully more people do it after too.
He says, right?
And she responds, yep.
And then he says, I do hope I get recognized, though.
In addition to these Discord records, did he also have a phone note on his phone that also indicated he wanted notoriety for this?
Yes.
Let's talk about that phone note.
So this was dated, again, from the cell phone extraction from July of 2024, titled, says maybe this is just incoherent rambling, but sometimes I wonder, after I do it, if the victims will visit me as angels. Not that I would be able to see them, but that they would be able to see me. I don't know, it's weird. I actually, really want fan art of that so fucking bad.
So this is a little over a month before the shooting, and he is planning for fan art of himself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, we talked about this previously, but he actually had phone notes from crews saved on his phone. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
So does it appear that he knew that phone notes get released in an investigation of a mass shooting?
Yes.
Does it appear that his motive for writing this was so that somebody would make fan art of him?
Yes.
Okay, so our next section, kind of tell the court what this next section is about.
The next section is a collection of jail calls between the defendant and his mother. There's approximately 20 calls, I believe, ranging from October 3rd of 2024 into 2025.
So ranging from approximately 1 month after the shooting to about 9 months after the shooting.
That's correct.
And all of these phone calls, are they kind of talking about the notoriety that the defendant has achieved in his mind based on this shooting?
Yes, they are.
We're going to start with the October 3rd, 2024 call, which is State Exhibit 269. Can you kind of tell the court what this is generally about?
This call is generally the defendant trying to get some other pictures to make up for his mugshot.
Hey. Hey,
This thing is,
yeah.
I'm about to break the dang laptop. It's been working fine all day, and the shitty thing is I'm supposed to have them. Yeah.
The ones you took, send them out, please.
Oh, I will.
I don't care what you have to do.
We should go anywhere.
Report or anything, make a Tumblr account, send them out, please. 'Cause I gotta make up for that mugshot.
You got it.
I don't care what they say, please, for me.
Yep, no, I will. I promise.
When will you do it?
I might could do it tonight.
Okay.
I have to.
So when they're talking about pictures they took, based on you listening to the phone calls, had the defendant's mother taken pictures of him at some point while he was in custody?
Yes, it appeared so.
And did those eventually get released?
Yes.
And was it by his mother?
Yes.
Now we're moving to October 11th, which is about a month and a week after the shooting. Can you tell us generally what this phone call is about?
This one is about the mother scrolling through posts and kind of reading through the posts that have been made of the defendant, and then him wanting to know how many notes on the posts there are. And the notes are essentially like a collection of like reposts, blogs, likes, kind of all inclusive together. And he wants to know how many notes there were.
So essentially how many people have reacted to this post?
Exactly.
Okay. And this is State Exhibit 273.
Okay, well, keep scrolling to this on the bus.
Okay. And then the next one, I think the next one was the original one with all the many pictures. Oh no, there's nothing new one too. There's one on here now. Your hair's wet. It looks like you just got out of the shower. That you don't have a shirt on.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying.
And you've got your hand covering up your mouth, you know?
Yeah, I know that one. Oh.
Yeah, that's a
How
good
many
one.
notes does that one have?
All 393 notes.
Oh, my God. Mom.
So recent, but it's not just that one picture. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of the selfie pictures. And it says recent photos of Colt.
All right, so we're moving to the next day, October 12th of 2024, and this is State's Exhibit 278. Kind of what is this about?
This is about the defendant wanting to receive mail.
He's so cute. I want to mail him. I've seen a lot of people on here talking about, sending you letters and stuff.
Yeah. I wish. I don't know if I'm able to approve like all of them, but yeah, I'm a minor, so.
Yeah. This next one.
Okay. And this is now the next day, October 13th, 2024, about a month and a couple weeks after the shooting. This is Exhibit 282. Can you tell us what this particular phone call is about?
I believe this one is about him talking about gaining more popularity than Thomas Crook.
And who's Thomas Crook?
He was the one who shot and killed a volunteer firefighter during a Trump rally.
And can you believe it, Mom? I took over Thomas Crook's in popularity. Take that.
Well, you should. You better. And wait till I get out some more pictures, whatever pictures you want me to send to post. Okay,
I'll call you in 15 minutes.
yeah, whenever you call me out, we'll go over some more, because there's some more pictures and posts.
And then,
I love you. Bye.
bye.
So after he tells his mom, take that to becoming more popular than Thomas Crook, do they also then talk about releasing more photos or sending out more photos of him?
Yes, they do.
And again, based on your kind of research, what would be the purpose of them sending out photos of the defendant?
In terms of just gaining some sort of popularity.
And that would be within the TCC?
Yes.
All right, now we're moving to, we're still on October 13th of 2024. This is State Exhibit 281. What is this phone call generally about?
They kind of talk about, there's a TCC quiz, which shooter has the most annoying fans, and then ultimately the defendant talks about being compared to being in the big leagues.
And by being in the big leagues, like the big leagues of mass shooters?
I guess if that's a thing.
It's from that same person. It says it's like a quiz or like a thing. The PCC person has the most annoying fans that make you want to end it, and it's got all the different school shooters issues.
Oh, I can do that one. Probably.
You want to hear the choices?
Yeah.
Eric, Dylan, Adam, Andrew and Randy, Elliot, Artyom, Nikita.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely Academy Maniacs. Those two fuckers.
Really?
They're so cringe. Yeah, their fans are so cringe. Russell Weirdos who killed like an old guy.
Who is Brenton?
Brenton Tarrant, yeah, he's just a Muslim guy. I remember that killed 51.
Dylan, Joe, and Colt.
Am I on there?
You know what?
This is messed up, but like, I'm being compared. I'm in the big leagues, bro.
I'm done.
And not a bad way. I mean,
Do they appear to laugh after he says, I'm in the big leagues?
Yes.
Now we're moving to State Exhibit 285. This is still on October 13th of 2024. Can you tell us what generally this one's about?
This is the defendant talking about being possibly the youngest school shooter, and then also being, later on in the call, also being compared to the Uvalde shooter.
I was thinking about it, like, wouldn't I be considered like one of the youngest, like, school,
Yeah, you are.
And I think so, like, because Ethan probably was, at the time, the youngest, if you were 15.
Yeah, I've seen that several times in the news, yeah.
Like that.
I can't remember if they said you were the youngest or just one of the youngest. I'd have to Google it to make sure. Here's a post 3 days ago with some of your selfies. It says the new suspected Colt Gray photos give off Salvador Ramos feels.
Dude, true, because, like, Mandy and Caitlin said I look like Sal so much with my dark hair. Salvador Ramos was the Rob Elementary School guy.
Okay.
Just look up somebody to tell me. With the dark hair, I can see it, to be honest.
Oh, boy.
It's kind of weird, though, because I'm going to be honest, like, most of the TCC girls, like, who aren't, like, minors, they honestly give off really big keto vibes, so I know they're probably having a fucking field day with me. It's messed up, but it's like, fuck.
You have 1 minute remaining. That little regular fluid does look like you a lot. That's crazy.
All right, so now we're moving to the next day, October 14th. This is State's Exhibit 286, and what generally is this about?
This one is generally about the defendant asking if his mother has made a shrine of him yet, and about getting copies of photos and bringing them and printing them out.
No, when I get the FaceTime, you can show me the art and stuff.
Come on. Heck yeah, because then I can show you all the pictures. Oh my God. I've got so many new pictures that I can
That's
show
what
you.
your gallery is.
But yeah, pretty much from the last like couple weeks. I want to print them all out on paper, so I'm gonna I'll try to do that
But no,
first.
you don't have to do that. When I get a FaceTime, I can just do them. It's fine.
Okay. You don't want copies of them? Because I can make copies and bring them on Thursday.
Yeah,
so you
that's
can- Well, I'm gonna print some out just for myself.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
That's the background on my phone right now is the picture of you as a fox.
I haven't seen that. Oh, the furry one?
Yeah, the little fox furry.
Yes.
She's got a freaking cute to me.
Have you made a shrine?
You what?
Have you made a shrine for me yet?
No, I started trying to print them out the other day on the new printer, and they're out of like colored ink, so I was like, of course. So I'll probably just go to Walmart and print them out, put them on the junk drive or something, and print them out. And then I would make my poultry shrine.
Okay.
So
All right. This is October 16th of 2024, State's Exhibit 287. Can you tell the court generally what this is about?
This is about his obsession with the Sandy Hook shooter.
I guess you might, maybe your name is hashtag. Oh, here's another cute one. Okay, so here is another drawing. Somebody said, "Can you draw Colt Gray eating a burger?" And so, so I drew kind of like a little cartoon character, kind of anime looking, but a little more realistic. And you're just eating a hamburger, and you have like a little thought bubble coming out from the side of your head, and it's got a picture of Adam Lanza with his gun.
I wonder if they found out about my Adam obsession.
I don't know. I don't know whether it's that or whether they're all just so obsessed with Adam that they just automatically.
The one that's, you know, as an army trooper. That was so cursed.
Okay, I copied that. Let me see if there's any comments on that one. Oh my God, there's 132 notes on this one.
Which one? 132.
So when they were eating the burger and thinking about Lanza. Okay, there's only one comment to the picture. It says, "He would probably laugh at this. This is glorious." Okay, next one. Oh my God, okay, the next one's kind of cool. It says, it stops and says, "In the care of we all fam."
You have 1 minute remaining.
It's got pictures of like all the main school shooters, and you're a victim.
Okay. We're moving to the end of October 27th of 2024, close to 2 months after the school shooting And this is State Exhibit 294. Can you tell us about this call?
This call is when they're talking about school shooters and ice cream flavors.
Okay, then another person posted yesterday, they posted a big picture of a bunch of different school shooters, and then beside them, they have what flavor Ben and Jerry's ice cream they are. And they actually have you and Nick together on the same little picture.
No way.
And,
How that, please?
yeah, I already did. You got caramel almond brittle, and he got cannoli.
So, what do you mean when you think you're together? What does that mean?
I do what?
What do you mean when you think you're together? Like, what is the picture?
Well, it's like the picture has your selfie, and then below it, it has like a picture of him in court, and then out the side to the right, there's your ice cream. So like each little picture that the person has posted has two different people on each one. And you and Nick just happen to be together on yours.
All right. So, again, October 27th, State Exhibit 295. What are they talking about here?
This one, they're talking about a BBC documentary.
And is this something that the defendant's excited about?
Yes.
Oh yeah, did you look on the BBC thing? Did it look official?
Oh yeah, oh no, it's totally official.
Is this like a full-on documentary you're talking about?
Yeah, hang on, I had it sitting right at the window.
Because that would be crazy.
Hang on. Okay, I don't have time to read the whole thing, but
Like, Michael Jordan type.
I know. Okay, so I hope this order finds you well in the circumstances. I'm Harry, a producer working in the BBC's current affairs department and predominantly based in London. We've been closely following what is happening with your son
You have 1 minute remaining.
and his father over the last few weeks. Firstly, I wanted to say I know this will be an incredibly trying time for your family and you may not feel ready to talk or tell your story, which I fully respect. But I will be upfront. Due to the extraordinary nature of what happened and the charges pressed against Colt and Colin, we want to produce a film examining this case. Therefore, we wanted to invite you to share your story with us. At this stage, all I'm asking for is an initial confidential conversation without any commitment to be filmed or take part further, to hear your side of the story and hear more about Colt.
Yes. Go for it.
Yes.
So did he want her to do that?
He did.
Okay, now we're still talking about these things. We're moved to November 16th, about 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later. State Exhibit 302. What are we talking about here?
They're just discussing about other mass shooters.
The next one is another drawing. Someone did a drawing of you, Eric Harris, Nick, and Dylan Claybold.
Oh wow, I need that $30,000 from up here.
Okay, and it's really awesome. They drew it as a Weezer album cover.
A Weezer album cover. Wow.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That is
It's like
funny
a blue back thing.
because I can see them as, I'm pretty much the only reason they get kind of circulated is because he's always paired with these. You know, Eric Harris and Dylan Claybold were like, you know, friends and stuff. When they did it. That's funny.
Okay, we're still on November 16th. State Exhibit 303. What are they talking about here?
This is when the defendant is asking to post photos from their FaceTime visits.
And again, it's posting photos like on the TCC or to get to the TCC.
Yes.
Tell Mandy to get the info out there that I'm kind of, that I feel like people can relate me to James a lot.
Okay.
And,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep, I'll tell her, I'll see her.
On the FaceTime.
From what?
The FaceTime.
Okay.
So now, November 23rd, about a week later, 2024, State's Exhibit 307. What are we talking about here? What are the defendant and Marcy discussing?
This is where they're comparing the defendant to the Columbine shooter.
Okay. So the very first one that pops up is kind of funny. It's a picture of like an old living room, like looks like from the 70s or something. And it's a picture of you sitting beside, who is that? Dylan. Colt and Dylan, but y'all are sitting beside each other, and it says they're talking about the JQ. You know what that means? I have no idea. Yeah, I will.
That's crazy. Did you ever think you could see like art of me and like one of the online shooters?
Yeah.
We kind of look alike, like really.
So just to be clear, did he actually say, did you ever think you'd see me drawn with one of the Columbine shooters? Or see art of me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, moving to State Exhibit 310, which is November 26th of 2024. This was around Thanksgiving. What's this call about?
I believe this one is also mentioning big dogs again.
The first one is, looks like just like a pistol sketch of different school shooters, Cheryl there, Adam, Dylan.
Compared with the big dog.
Yeah. It looks, almost just looks like freehand sketching somebody did.
All right, now we're moving to State Exhibit 314, which is November 28th. Tell us what they're generally talking about here.
More about posting pictures.
Okay. And are they specifically talking about, in this one, the defendant wanting Marcy Gray to search on a particular area for him?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the Reddit mass killer site?
Yes.
Okay, you want me to search for what?
Go to r/mass killers.
Or,
Just actually type r/mass killers. So
say that one more time.
don't actually say r/, or stuff. And then the stuff will pull up.
Okay.
You see it?
No.
You literally just search it up.
I did.
Search bar. So click on the search bar again, open the top right, and then search for my name.
Just Colt Gray? No R? Okay. Okay.
That's all.
Yes, and that's working pretty good. Okay, you want to just read off a couple? There's one that's just r/Colt Gray. There's one, the next one is r/insane people Facebook.
No, go to r/mass killers and search it up. Because when you're a sub, if you're on the sub page, you're searching up stuff in the sub.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it didn't, when I typed in our message, it didn't tell you
It's
that.
going to pop up r/mass killers with 185,000 members in the subreddit.
Okay, spell it. Mass-killers.
It's K-I-L-L-E-R-S.
Okay, wait, that's different. I was trying it different.
Killers with no space. Yeah, you're dyslexic.
Killers. I thought you were saying masculars.
Killers. God.
That's not my fault. You're speaking clearly.
Oh, yeah, there's some randomly going to tell you to prevent masculine.
Okay, there's no,
Are you on the front page?
I'm on the list of posts.
All right, what's the search bar again up there?
Mm-hmm.
And it's decided it say r/masculars.
Say that again. Okay,
It say r/masculars but in the search bar.
got it.
Okay, so now, for the next day, November 29th, 2024, this is State Exhibit 315. What are we talking about here?
This is when he is telling his mom to tell his grandma to get her internet speed up for her celebrity grandson.
And his grandmother's at Deborah Plahanas.
It is, yes.
When Marcy is talking to the defendant, are there times where his grandmother's around and that you know she's around based on the conversation?
Yes.
Is that a lot of the time, some of the time?
Prior to, I believe, February of 2025, it was some of the time.
Okay.
Children.
Are you typing it or what?
No, it's just loading. Taking.
Tell that news that her fucking celebrity grandson is going to the upgrade person.
Yeah.
No, yeah, really, you tell her. I'm tired of this shit, seriously.
All right, so now we've moved a couple of months. We're in January 27th of 2025. It's almost 6 months after the shooting. This is State Exhibit 326. What are we talking about here?
They're referencing a couple of other shooters as corny.
Okay, next one, 3 days ago, it says, now with his 2 new corny-ass shooters, I'm starting to appreciate Colt more.
Oh, shit, bro. Corny, I'm not fucking stupid, bro.
Yeah, listen, now,
This is February 15th, 2025. This is State Exhibit 328. What happens in this phone call?
This phone call, they discuss the district attorney's office knowing about their calls and that they need to, I guess, watch what they're saying.
Okay.
Hey, did you check about the post? It's been a while.
yeah, so I gotta talk to you about that. So, in court on Tuesday, the defense attorneys were discussing everything with my attorney, and apparently they said that the DA had given them audio and video of me talking to you about, like, school shooters and stuff like that. Even though, I mean, we haven't talked about anything, I don't think inappropriate, you know, but they're trying to say that I'm, like, encouraging you to commit murder and just ridiculous. Yeah, just ridiculous stuff.
That's just fucking retarded.
Yeah, it's so stupid. But, you know, of course, they probably have no idea what PCC is, none of that.
No! Oh, okay.
So anyway, so
Regardless, we're going to
one day saying, tell me about
you give me a sugar pie, a hard candy with a Nazi symbol on the back, right?
But anyways, I gotta be careful about what we talk about on the phone, I guess, because I mean, I don't know. I just gotta be careful about what we talk about going forward. I told my attorney, you know, that you had some friends on TCC that, you know, you were really close to you, and so I was just keeping y'all in contact, and I mean, nothing that was shared between y'all was inappropriate in any way whatsoever. So, just for the record, for the video that they're recording of us right now, I'm in no way encouraging my husband to commit murder or any ridiculous stuff like that. He's extremely remorseful for what happened, but I'm the only person that he has on this earth right now. And I'm going to do whatever I can to have some sort of normalcy.
Oh, yeah, I say fuck you. Oh, some fucking, like,
Yeah,
fuck
it's
that,
true.
give me ass, fucking liberal trash, garbage, dickhead.
Thank you. So,
That shit is so fucking lame.
so yeah, but I hope y'all make sure that you share this conversation as well with anything else that you have, because y'all wrong. I know y'all are wrong for that. So, anyways, hang on, because I think I have some messages from.
Yeah, I guess just read the messages. I'm only making look at those if it's gonna be that fucking handle about it.
Yeah, at least for now. Okay, so.
So in that phone call, when Marcy Gray is talking to the defendant about she was keeping in touch with his TCC friends, is that the Sniggles and the Mandy from Discord that he was talking about shootings with?
Yes.
And so from these phone calls as his peer, she is actually continuing to communicate with these people?
That's correct.
And is that on the defendant's behalf, like at his request?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're up to March 15th, a month after Ms. Gray indicated that they needed to stop discussing these types of matters. This is 2025, states of it 3:30. What are they talking about here?
Wanting to know what the TCC is saying.
Like about him, I guess?
Yes.
Something I wanted to tell you is, you know, the pictures I took of you during the FaceTime thing,
Yeah.
and I sent to Mandy.
Yeah.
Well, apparently she leaked them, and they're out there. So that's
Remember,
what
I told you to tell her about your relationship.
I did, but apparently she did it anyway. So
No, I was the one who told you to tell her to release them.
oh, to release them.
Yeah.
I was thinking I told her not to release them. Okay, well
Remember when I told you to release the jail pictures? That's what I meant.
yeah. Now that you mention it, I remember.
How do you go out there?
Because I've seen them
Oh.
on PCC.
Really, what are they saying about?
They really haven't said anything specific about those pictures. It's like people have just started, like adding them to, you know, selfie.
Can we look at those real quick?
Yeah.
Alright.
Here, okay.
Yeah, no, those are the ones we want to release.
Okay, good. Well, that makes me feel better.
All right, so now we're going to move to the final phone call, and this is from May 6th of 2025. What happened on May 6th?
There was a court date.
Was it a court date for the defendant?
It was, yes.
And are they kind of talking about what people are saying about
Yes.
the defendant after that court date?
Yes, they are.
And this is State Exhibit 332.
Next one, another screenshot. It said, they did him so dirty, letting him have his long hair. Next one is a screenshot of you today, and underneath it is your mugshot. I get so much face to turn up. Oh, everybody's missing your blonde hair. Next one, a screenshot, and it says Colt's hair got chopped. Oh my God. Next one, screenshot, it says they hit the fucking Pentagon. I don't know what that means.
That means like something crazy just happened.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, next one says, next one, more screenshots from today, and underneath it in caps it says, his hair, but he looks so good still. Next one, two screenshots of you today, and it says, tears in my eyes.
Maybe it's my long hair, huh?
Maybe. Ooh, the next one is really cool. It's catching drawings of you with your long hair. It says Colt Gray I drew a while back. Hope you like it.
Oh, yeah.
These are really cool.
Can you still mandy that? I'm going to grow my hair back out. You don't have to worry.
Absolutely.
Show her that and tell everybody that I said I'm going to grow it back out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll let her tell everybody.
So at the end of that, is he giving Marcy instructions on getting more information out to the TCC about himself?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I think we just spent about 45 minutes listening to call after call after call of the defendant just talking about kind of where his notoriety is within this TCC. Is this just the tip of the iceberg? Is this all they talked about every time they talked?
Yes.
Okay. Do they appear to ever get tired of talking about it?
No.
All right. So that was our last jail call. We're going to move to this final little portion or little section of the presentation. In addition to all these jail calls and Discord records and phone notes where he's talking about being famous because of this, what other evidence was there of this motive of seeking fame and committing this mass shooting?
There were a couple memes that that I added to the presentation.
Okay. And were these memes that the defendant had saved on his phone?
They were, yes.
Okay. What's this first one?
This first one is a photograph of David Hoggs, who was one of the survivors of Parkland. And he was very outspoken and became like a gun rights activist after the shooting. And the meme says, "I'd like to thank my dead classmates for giving me my dream career."
And then this final meme that was saved on his phone, what does it say?
It says, "If you do right, no one remembers. If you do wrong, no one forgets."
I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross, Mr. Allen.
Colt, during this time, 23 through 24, was 13 and 14 years old, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And those phone calls with his mother, she's engaging, she's interacting with him.
Yes, sir.
And she's kind of like she's encouraging him, right?
It appears so.
But now, this is the same mother who a few months earlier tried to threaten him, right?
I believe so.
And you had worked on a similar kind of presentation for Colin for this trial, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in that one, you were juxtaposing some of his texts and some of his searches to show how his actions related to Colt's actions, right?
You're talking about Colin Gray?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And in that, you outlined the various times Colin failed to get help for Colt, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And how he never followed up with any of the psychological services that they had discussed.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And there were some texts where Colt was asking for some help with psychological services, right?
That's correct.
And within that, we also saw Colin had done searches for safes, but what ammunition instead. in his Google searches, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So now we've got conversations with Colt, with his mother, and they're actually interacting positively, even though it's the first stop, correct?
I think that's questionable, but if you say positively.
They're laughing, they're not fighting with each other, they're on the same page throughout these conversations.
They're not fighting, that's correct.
Okay. And she's not threatening him.
That's correct.
And even though the topic is something that they shouldn't be doing, they're still getting along.
They're interacting together, yes.
Right. And she was not the only person that called him during that time, was she?
No, he spoke with his grandmother as well.
Okay. And did he also speak with an aunt?
I believe a few times, yes.
Yeah. And those conversations didn't have the same quality there with the notoriety aspect, the getting pictures out aspect.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So that was only with his mom.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
All right, you should be excused.
Just a brief follow-up. Mr. Allen characterized their interactions between the defendant and Marcy as her encouraging this behavior. Would you also characterize it as it's actually the defendant who is directing Marcy on what to look up and what to find?
Yes, it appeared that he was asking her to do those things.
And is this the topic that the defendant introduced into the conversations?
Yes, it is.
And he's the one who wanted to talk about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Allen? All right, thank you. You can come down. Does the state have additional witnesses? All right. State rest, why don't we go ahead and take 10 minutes and then we'll proceed with whatever the defense has.
I did have a witness that we were going to hear about soon, and I have not yet gotten a link to it to him.
I'm being told it was sent yesterday. If you want to step into the office, I'll put you with Mandy and we'll make sure you get it. Is that going to be the first witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll set Zoom up as well.
here or there for the microphone?
With the state's witness, they did it at the table, but honestly, wherever the witness can hear you best, I'm fine with.
I'll try over here first.
Sir, if you'll hang tight, we'll be with you in just a minute. All right, for the record, we're all present. Mr. Allen, you can call your first witness.
This time, Judge, I would like to call Stephen Baker.
All right, so Mr. Baker, you're appearing by Zoom. Are you able to hear and see us okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please lower your hand and introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Stephen Baker. I work at the Department of Juvenile Justice as a detention counselor.
Okay. And are you familiar with Colt Gray?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
Well, I was his case manager in the facility and primary detention counselor for about a year and a half.
Okay.
Mr. Baker, let me get you to try and speak up a little bit or increase the volume on your mic. I think I've done all I can.
I'll move it closer and see if does this help?
Helped a little bit, thank you.
Yes, and during that time, did you have a lot of occasion to interact with Colt?
I did.
Okay. Did you have like meetings once a week? How did that work out?
I had meetings at least once a week, most of the time, several times a week, 2 to 3 times a week. And it's a small place, so I would see him every day.
And as his counselor, what kinds of things would you discuss and work on with him?
Well, I'm not a mental health counselor, so primarily we would go into programming and how we do in the facility and talk about social skills, life skills, things like that.
What kinds of programming was he involved with there?
Well, we had him enrolled in our skill training group, which talks about pro-social skills group. So we did that first, and he completed that. He also completed a pre-up class, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act, federal law. We have to do a class on that for every youth that comes into the facility. So he completed that. And then he moved on to advanced skill training, and then he completed that program. He did Many Merging Two Worlds, which talks about getting jobs and prepares them for life outside the facility. We were trying to get him through all the programs we had. Because the length of time he was there, so he completed that, and then after that he would volunteer for advanced skill training, even though he'd already graduated.
And did he go into those programs cooperatively? Did he work with you folks on?
Yes, he was very cooperative.
Okay. Would you say during the time that he was there, he continued to advance in his programs?
In the programming group, yes, he did.
Okay. How was he behaviorally with the other folks in the facility?
He got along well with most of the people in the facility. Some he got along better with than others, but he was behaviorally pretty good.
Did you have any occasion to know whether or not he was involved with psychiatric services there?
Yes.
Okay. But you were not his psychologist or a psychiatrist of any fashion, right?
Correct.
Okay. So do you know whether he was compliant with his appointments when they set them up?
Yes. To my knowledge, he was compliant.
Now, at the beginning when he first came in, to your knowledge, was he on any kind of medication?
Not to my knowledge when he first came in, other than I believe his mother had given him something that wasn't prescribed. But other than that, when he came into the facility, I don't know of any medications.
Okay. And were you aware whether or not during his time there that they prescribed him medications?
They did.
Did he confide in you as to whether or not he was compliant with taking them?
He would talk to me about it occasionally. I believe he talked more to the mental health counselor about that than to the psychiatrist. But he did tell me that they were going to put him on medication, and then after he was on them, I would ask him, how are you feeling? And he would tell me how he was feeling, and that sort of a thing. He was basically compliant with the medications. Sometimes he would refuse to take them, but then he would start taking them again.
Did you notice any changes in his behavior from the time he was not taking them till the period that he was?
Well, he seemed to have a lot of anxiety, and when he started taking them, he seemed to calm down. But it would ebb and flow.
And can you describe what kinds of behaviors you're interpreting as anxiety?
Certainly. He would come in the office and just talk about things that were bothering him, and nervous, anxious feelings he was having. And that's what I would interpret as anxiety. He had social anxiety. He would sometimes get where he didn't want to come out and participate in programming. He would come and see me, and he would see the mental health counselor, but other programming he just wouldn't want to get out and participate in.
And during the time that he was going to the mental health counselor, was it your observations that he went on a regular basis or not?
Yes, he went on a regular basis.
Okay. And he's no longer in your facility, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know the reason that he was transferred to a different facility?
I don't know all the reasons. I do know that one of the reasons is because we had lost our mental health counselor, our full-time mental health counselor, maybe a couple of months before, and it was really felt that he needed a mental health counselor, someone that was full-time, because he would come see me, but I'm not a mental health counselor. So I know that part of the idea was to move him somewhere where he could get more intensive mental health help.
While he was at your facility, did you notice or observe any kind of aggressive behaviors that he would initiate on someone else there?
No, not that he would initiate. He did sometimes become angry, but it was very rarely, from my observation.
And at the times he became angry, was he able to manage that, or did you need to call somebody from the mental health facility to help him?
He was generally able to manage it. He could be talked through it.
So during the time that he was there, you said 1.5 years, approximately how many months was he on medication?
I would have no way of answering that. I know it was for at least 6 months, but other than that, I couldn't tell you. It could have been for a year, but I know it was at least 6 months.
So would it be fair to say that there were several months at the beginning that he was not on medication?
Yes.
Okay. And when he was transferred, did you have any interaction with the corresponding counselor of the new facility?
I talked to the, you're talking about when he was transferred this last time.
Yes.
I talked to the I can't recall the title, but it's not my counterpart. But it's like the person who's in charge of programming, and I talked to them and had interaction with them. Yes.
And did they indicate he was settling well in his new facility?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Do you have any concerns that he would not be continuing to do well in his new facility based on your experience with him?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baker, can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Brad Smith. I'm with the District Attorney's Office. Thank you for being with us today. When you said you were Colt's counselor, do you have a time frame of when you first met him and where he was his counselor?
Yes, I believe it was around April the 9th of 2024 when I first met him.
Well, so he didn't go in until September of 2024.
Okay. Then my timing's off.
Do you think it was April of 25?
No, because I don't know the day that he was initially locked up, but he came to us several days after that, so
Okay.
it would have been early on.
Okay, so you were in his original, where he went to originally after the incident.
No, I was, without going into detail, I was in the facility he went to after he went to the original place after the incident.
Okay. And you think that was around April?
Well, obviously, I'm incorrect about the date, if that's not when it was. I'm trying to do it from memory. I know
Oh, that's fine. I'm just curious, because I know he moved around, and we're trying not to, for the judges, we're trying not to name places where he is. I know he moved around from different facilities. I'm just trying to pinpoint what time frame you were involved with this.
I know that it was fairly early on after the incident that he came to.
Okay. Did you know why he was in there? Do you know what he did that caused him to be confined?
I did.
Okay. And have you seen, I know you're on Zoom now, have you seen the state's presentation of evidence over the last 2 days?
I have seen some of it. I've read reports and I've also watched some of it.
Okay. So are you aware of the evidence we presented about communications Colt had when he was in jail after the incident?
I am.
Okay. Are the rules based on communications in and out, are they basically the same for each facility?
They are.
Okay. And would those communications, are there certain rules about them and protocols about what would be appropriate communications in and out towards the children that are in your care?
Yes.
And what would those rules be in general? I know you don't have it in front of you, but just in general, your knowledge of that.
Well, we have policy and rules on that. I mean, in general, everything the kids say, is recorded. So in general, they are cautioned not to say things that would be inappropriate or that would, just things that would be inappropriate. They're cautioned not to talk about their crimes and that sort of thing.
Do you limit who they're allowed to talk to?
Yes.
And who is that? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, they can only talk to people on their approved contact list.
And would fans of school shooters be people that he would be allowed to communicate with?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And so if he were to be finding ways to get messages to those people, that would be skirting your rules, wouldn't they?
It would be.
Okay. Do they have certain rules about what is allowed physically to be brought in to the facilities?
Yes.
Okay. And is he allowed to have personal effects in his cell? Or, cell's probably a bad word, room he stays in?
He's allowed to have some items, not a lot, that they can have a few photos and a few other items, but basically what they have is what we give them, not personal things.
Okay. And these photos he is allowed to have, are they allowed to bring in offensive or violent content photos?
Absolutely not.
And do y'all generally screen for those things?
We do.
Okay. Would he be allowed, as part of your rules, to have photos of other school shooters on his walls?
No.
And how would y'all screen for that generally?
Well, if photos are brought in, they are checked by someone in security, different people that would check, but they will be sorted through and checked, and then there are room checks that go on where they will go in the room and check to see if contraband is in the room. So,
And
that's the way.
if a person in your facility was trying to get around that and pick particular photos that wouldn't be as noticeable, would that be trying to skirt the rules?
It would be.
Okay. Were you aware of the phone calls where he had with his mother where he talked about having pictures of school shooters on his wall?
I was not aware of them until after they had happened, and he was no longer allowed to talk to his mother.
Okay. So at some point, y'all cut off the communication with his mother?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much, Mr. Baker.
Mr. Allen, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
Was his room screened and searched every day, or at least on a regular basis?
Mr. Allen, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry, I turned off the microphone. Was his room screened or searched or swept on a regular basis?
Security does a check. I'm not sure. See, I'm not in security, so I don't know if they check the room every day. That may be so, but I know that they get checked on a regular basis.
And do you know whether or not any contraband or inappropriate pictures was found in his room?
I do not know.
Okay. And nothing was ever brought to your attention then, I guess, about them finding something in his room?
No, not that I recall.
Would it be part of the policy that if something were found in the room, they would report it to you as his counselor?
No, they would create an incident report, but that doesn't mean they can report it.
Okay. Would you be privy to the incident report?
Yes, I could look at the incident report.
Okay. And right now, do you recall any incident reports that were filed with any rule breaking or contraband in his room?
I do not.
Okay. And you had indicated that the calls with his mom were cut off. Do you remember what time range that was, after how many months he had been there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. All right. Mr. Baker, thank you. You are free to go.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Will we need Zoom anymore?
Not for me, Judge.
All right. You can call your next witness.
Your Honor, I call Candace Gross to the stand. please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please lower your hand, be seated, and introduce yourself to the court.
Hi, my name is Candace Gross, and I currently serve as the State DFACS Director and the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Human Services.
Now, Commissioner Gross, how have you gotten involved with this case with Colt Gray?
I became involved with this case when he was placed briefly into foster care.
And do you remember approximately what time range that was?
He was placed into foster care on October 6, 2025.
And as Director of DFACS, is it normally within your purview to deal directly with the children in care?
No, I took this particular case for various reasons, but mostly due to the legal complexity of the matter, a companion case that we had, and conflicts at the local offices and state office.
Did he also have any siblings in foster care?
He does.
And how many does he have?
He has 2.
Are they a brother and sister?
They are.
Okay. Are they still in foster care?
They are.
So would it be fair to say there is a pending foster case with the Gray family?
Yes.
Okay. Does that, the dependency case, does that cover both Marcy Gray and Colin Gray?
It does.
Okay. And what were the basic allegations that brought Colt to your attention?
Colt was placed into emergency custody by a juvenile court judge in Barrow, and the concern was that his mother was violating a court order with ongoing contact by making decisions for him while in juvenile detention.
And the child who is in the custody of DJJ, what's the complexity with regard to who the actual legal custodian is?
So for that particular case, technically, my understanding was that custody was removed from the Barrow County Sheriff, but he had been detained in a juvenile detention facility, although his parents still retained their rights. So that was a big legal complexity that we had to navigate.
And at that time, why was the father not able to maintain custodianship?
Another court order that he could have no contact.
Okay. And was he also incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time Colt came into care on October 6th, was his mother incarcerated?
I don't believe so.
Okay. With the current open DFACS case, are there any ramifications that still potentially impact Colt?
Yes, there are many.
Okay. And without belaboring the point too much, can we kind of get to what are the main concerns that you and the department have regarding the Gray family, both with Colt and his brother and sister?
His parents, their parents had extensive history with our agency over several counties over the years, recent years. And we also have that open foster case with his siblings. Over the years, we've had difficulty getting compliance from the parents, but primarily from their mother. And that is a big issue right now in the foster care case.
And you said there's extensive history. Does that history mean that the children were brought into foster care previously?
No, they weren't, but we had involvement in that. We had to make safety plans, service referrals, accommodations with what parents could actually provide caregiving capacity based on the allegations at the time.
And in your capacity as director, do you have access to that history and all those files?
I do.
Okay. What kinds of parenting issues involving Colt, as well as the others, were raised in some of those files?
So some of the earliest information we had concerned truancy, physical abuse, substance abuse, domestic violence, verbal abuse, inadequate supervision. I mean, there's a plethora of issues that we've encountered over the years with the family.
And in your review of the cases, were there any indications that any of the children needed like psychological counseling, therapeutic support?
Yes.
Are you able to describe any of that, especially with regard to Colt?
Yes. There, if you'll give me just a second, I'm pausing in part just to make sure there's certain things that I keep confidential but properly describe it. There were concerns involving Colt's behavior at school, and there were, not too long after that, there were concerns raised about physical abuse by specifically their mother, involving Colt specifically. And that was an investigation that we formally opened, that across a few months we talked to various people, family members, the children, and we made a safety plan with some referrals for services for like therapy, if I recall correctly. And to the best of my recollection, the family did not follow up with those. So what we had done in that particular case is, once we did our investigation, we closed it, but we had those referrals made out to designated service providers, and what we expected is that with non-compliance, we would hear back. That did not end up being the case, although we still would have we'd have additional reports not long after that.
Mm-hmm. The parents were married, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of those investigations end up with an agreement that Colin was going to take custody of the children?
Yes. We had a case that went from a formal investigation to what I believe is a family preservation case, but essentially the way that it worked is we looked into allegations of domestic violence, substance abuse issues, that the children had been locked out of the home, physical abuse targeted at Colt, some verbal abuse, and that case ran from November of 2022 to, I believe, the end of October 2023. And at the end of that case is where, because of several failed drug screens by the mother, and essentially corroboration to an extent by collateral sources that the children were facing abuse, but Colt in particular, that's when we went ahead and placed the children with the father since he retained his legal rights. We try to avoid foster care if we can, if we don't have identified issues with a parent that is able to take care of them, which is what our assessment was.
Now, as a frame of reference, can you outline for the court how a general investigation of that nature would take place? How it would go from investigation to family preservation to a custody agreement?
Generally, what happens with any defects case is that we're going to get a report that alleges child abuse or neglect. It'll be specific types that that serves as the basis of what we investigate. If we actually have enough information to assign it for investigation, that's what a lot of people understand to be like child protective services. We'll do that investigation. I think we generally try to complete it within 45 days. Sometimes it can run longer, but what we're looking for is anything to substantiate the allegations of abuse. And we talk to the children, we talk to anyone else involved in their lives, we look at records, that kind of thing. We will unsubstantiate or substantiate the claims, and then at that point is when we decide if we need to stay involved or if we can safely close the case. In this particular matter, after we determined that there were still ongoing safety issues, we moved the case to that family preservation services type that I described, and that's when we're trying to deploy interventions that can mitigate ongoing safety concerns.
How do you determine if allegations are substantiated or unsubstantiated?
It's going to be a combination of sources. So we're going to look, we use a preponderance of the evidence standard, but what we're looking at is information that we gather from the children, from family members, from parents, records, like school records, medical records, different types of interviews and written sources to look at that and see if it meets the standards of the allegations that were made, but we may also uncover new allegations that, based on the evidence, we end up substantiating.
And does substantiation necessarily mean it gets into court?
No.
Okay. So in this case, you're talking about in 2023, Colin got custody of all 3 children?
I wouldn't describe it as him getting custody necessarily, because he still technically had it as they were married. I think they remain married. I could be mistaken. But what we did was we worked out a plan where the children would be with him, and he would be expected to limit contact, prohibit contact, essentially.
And in a case like that, would the department do follow-up visits with say in this case, the father, if the safety plan was for him to maintain custody and limit mom?
We would. Now, we would generally be looking for some information that indicates noncompliance. But what we often struggle with different families is like transients moving places, or a parent may have been compliant and become non-compliant, so we can't find them. So there are always a lot of factors that go into trying to follow up in general with a family.
How does it change your jurisdiction, say, from one county to another? How does that impact your ability to maintain any kind of follow-up?
Well, in that particular case, we actually had what I would describe as like dueling county involvement. So at times we'd have Jackson County DFACS checking, we'd have Ben Hill County DFACS checking, but and technically all of our staff have got access to the same system, so we can see records regardless of where the family may be located at that time. But if we don't know where they've gone and we can't seem to find a credible source of it, then we really get stuck unless we can find a neighbor that tells us where they've gone, or a family member, something like that, that could give us a new lead.
And you mentioned Ben Hill County. Is that where this particular case started?
I believe that it did, yes.
And following up with Jackson County, did DFACS or your office have any irregularities that they were concerned about after 2023?
Can you say that one more time?
Did your office in Jackson County have any irregularities or issues that they were concerned about following the children going up with Dad in 2023?
I can't really recall anything. I think that because we had done pretty extensive work with the family, and we have this understanding that their father would continue to be making caregiving decisions, that's when we felt like it was safe to close the case. We hadn't gotten any reports. I don't believe we'd gotten another report for the lifetime of that case, in fact, and that ran from, again, November 2022 to, I think, when we closed it technically on Halloween 2023.
And the case then that brought Colt into care on October of 2025, was there an open DFACS investigation on the other children prior to him being involved in it?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
The children came into foster care at our request on September 5th, 2024.
So was it directly related to the shooting at the school?
It was, but also because of the prior history of the family, it became pretty clear to us very quickly that the mother was still very involved in their lives, and the severity of the issue meant that we went ahead and requested custody. We also couldn't, we didn't feel that we could vet alternatives to foster care, like family members and others, quickly enough, and there were some concerns, so we went ahead and requested emergency foster care.
And that was a month before you brought Colt in?
No, so his siblings entered foster care September 5th, 2024, and then Colt was placed in foster care October 6th, 2025.
Okay, so that was over a year.
Yes.
Okay. And in that intervening year, did your department have investigations ongoing that raised concerns to you regarding both those children and Colt?
Yes.
And what kind of concerns were those?
There were various concerns. There were concerns about inadequate supervision, inadequate, food, shelter, medical care for all of the children, educational neglect, ongoing substance abuse, in particular by their mother, threats that she'd made against Colt in particular. I mean, there was a significant amount of concern that we had to look into.
And at that time that you brought the other children into care, was the department aware that Colt was in DJJ custody?
Yes.
Okay. Was the department aware that Colt and his mom were having regular communications during that time?
Yes, we were.
How were you made aware of that?
I believe it was a combination of information from perhaps Colt's counsel or a guardian, perhaps as actually a guardian ad litem, that had been getting reports of his mother's contact with him in the facility and concerns about the content of some of their calls in particular. I don't know that I've adequately answered your question, but I remember that being a huge issue going into his removal into foster care.
And did the department have a position on whether or not contact should be maintained between mom and Colt?
Our position, at minimum, was that she was expected to comply with a court order, and I believe the court had issued a no contact order between her and Colt in early July 2025, maybe end of June, somewhere around that time. There were concerns then about the calls that were being made, the content. Colt was not doing well, and there were concerns about her involvement, pushing him toward an inability to progress in some of his care at the facility.
And when you became his temporary custodians, did the department get access to information from DJJ on his medical and mental health issues?
Yes, we did.
What kinds of mental health challenges did they communicate to you that he was having?
The records were pretty extensive that they provided to me to review. So what I could see was that from essentially intake when he arrived for detention, he was getting workups. He's being fully evaluated for general health concerns, vision, like a well check, dental care, and then mental health needs, and that's where, not too long after intake, like within a few days after intake, he was describing what he said he believed were undiagnosed mental health issues, and talking about, some of the prior things he's experienced, things that he was experiencing then, suicidal ideations, self-harm, and the self-harm too was pretty quickly documented in the records. They could see that he.
And normally for children who are in care, is DFACS responsible for making sure they get appropriate mental health as well as physical,
yes,
medical issues taken care of?
Yes.
And would that mean that you and your department and DJJ would need to interface to make sure for your responsibility that all that was being complied with?
Yes, and we did.
And during your review of the information that you got from DJJ at that time, were you able to determine whether or not appropriate measures were being taken for his mental health?
I was able to make that determination. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, even though he entered foster care, and that was really also when I was trying to do my initial safety assessment, that's a component. I was doing these things at the same time. I also was asking basically any healthcare facility I could think of under the sun if they had any records involving Colt, because I couldn't really get great leads on where he'd gotten care. He was telling me he hadn't gotten anything except for maybe an eye check. He didn't recall going to any doctors over the course of his life. So I was sending those requests out, and I was also collaborating with DJJ staff to look at what they had.
And did you find anything that suggested that he had appropriate private medical care prior to coming into DJJ?
No. I was really surprised by the complete absence of care, because you don't see that. I mean, even with some families that struggle, you'll still see that maybe they've been to the pediatrician, prior years, but I wasn't really getting any luck there.
And during this time that he was in your care, what kind of other investigations were done by the department to determine what the family life and family structure was like?
So I needed to talk to several family members, so I did. I talked to his grandmother, I talked to paternal aunts, I talked to a maternal aunt, I talked to the clinical team at the facility, the educational team, administrative staff. I reviewed all those records, and I was trying to discern, I was trying to discern, essentially whether he was safe there and was getting adequate care, and so I was looking at, what they had in their records at that time for diagnoses, treatment, any behavioral incidents, all of that stuff together.
Now, when you're assessing a case for safety, particularly with regard to medical, does the department take into consideration things like failure to provide treatment, failure to provide medical or counseling services if a child looks like they need it, failure to do dental and eye exams? Do they take that into account when they're determining what is neglect and abuse?
Yes. Those are, we have various categories of child maltreatment, and generally they're going to fall into, abuse, neglect, or other. And so what I was looking at is all of that information together and trying to separate them out into whether I had enough, I'd met with the evidence, the preponderance of the evidence standard for those different categories. And I ultimately did end up making several substantiations on both parents involving Colt.
And what, if you can, what were the categories of those substantiations?
So for his father, and again, this was focused on Colt in my case, for his father, I believe there were 11 categories that I recently substantiated for child abuse and neglect. And I'm going to make sure I get all this. So inadequate supervision, inadequate food, shelter, medical care, educational neglect, domestic violence, lack of psychological care. Let's see. There's a category for gunshot in our maltreatment codes, and that describes if a parent fails to adequately secure a weapon and it discharges. There were many poisoning. That's one that I substantiated on the father and mother. But overall, across those, and I would have to look at my notes to remember all of them. But I believe Colin had 11 different categories across abuse, neglect, and other. Imminent risk of harm is the other category. That's where if they fail to comply with prior cases and now the children are in harm's way. Marcy actually, I think, had 12 substantiations, so more than Colin, and the reason for that is that I found enough evidence that she was physically abusing him. There were several sources that got into detail about how he was the target of her ire for various reasons over the years. That's not to say there weren't allegations against their father for also physically abusing Colt, but I couldn't find evidence of like marks and bruises like I did involving mother and Colt.
Now, part of, as I understand it, the case manager's job is to go out and see the child as well as work with the parents. Did you ever go out and visit Colt?
I did.
Okay. How many times, do you recall?
I don't. At least we have to do monthly visits. Just depending on when it was, I would do monthly, sometimes twice. I think for the month of November, I ended up that my visit was like at the tail end of October and then beginning of December, so I didn't technically see him in November, but we also would talk on the phone and I would stay in contact with with the staff there to make sure that he was doing well.
Did his brother and sister have a separate case manager?
Yes.
Okay. And just to reaffirm, you're not specifically case manager, you were just performing case manager role because of the complexity of the case?
Yes.
Okay. And during your visits and conversations with Colt, did you ever get a handle on, from him and or from DJJ, what they were doing to address his mental health needs?
I did. They would describe in the records, I can look at how his evaluations and diagnoses changed over time along with the medication. I could see where symptoms would wax and wane. I heard from Colt, too, about what he was experiencing. So I would ask him, generally, do you feel safe here? Is there anything you want to tell me? And let it be sort of led by him. Some concerns that I heard were that he was having a hard time sleeping. There were several self-harm incidents. They would adjust his medication. But the best I can tell from the records, I think that he arrived in September of 2024 and for several months didn't have medication. They were still doing a lot of evaluation, but he was describing what he was experiencing and seeing or hearing, anxiety. At times he would say mania or psychosis, and they would adjust accordingly.
And did the records reflect any improvement in his behaviors while he was being treated?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to talk to the personnel at the YDCs?
I did.
And did they also reflect that he had improved while he was on medication?
They did. And one of my earliest notes, I think this was in fact my first visit to see him on, I think it was October 8th of 2025. The staff said that, so I had my meeting with him, I then met for some time with staff, and my takeaway, which I have in my notes, is that They believed that the no contact order that had been effectuated against his mother in July, I believe, of that year, combined with the start of medication, those two things together had changed him into essentially a different child. He was sleeping better. He was eating. I believe it was that time that he went from losing a lot of weight because he thought he was being poisoned to starting to eat more, and they felt like no contact and medication is what the difference maker was. They believed that his mother was fueling this like ongoing obsession with school shooters, and that then seemed to change direction for him. He started participating more in a lot of other positive improvements.
Now, Colt during this time was 14 and 15 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, with your experience with DFACS, is that a critical time for children in their development?
I'm not an expert in that area. Primarily, I'm an administrator of the agency, but I have been in charge of DFACS now for 5 years, and that, especially for younger boys, is a really important time in their lives. And we are concerned about more and more reports and investigations where teenage kids are exposed to awful things online.
Now, when you had your meetings with Colt, did he talk to you about wanting to have contact with his mother?
Yes.
What was his position on that?
He misses her, and he still misses her.
Is it the department's position that it's in his best interest to maintain the suspended contact?
I don't think that it's in his best interest for her to have contact, but I can tell that he desperately misses his mother.
Okay. During this time also that he was in your care, were steps taken by the department to initiate any kind of psychological evaluations for him?
Typically, we will we'll try to coordinate at the start of foster care that the child receive a trauma assessment, which they get through Medicaid, all children in foster care are on Medicaid, and a CCFA, which I think is like a comprehensive child and family assessment. I was not able to do those for a couple main reasons. He had gotten an extensive workup to evaluate trauma, is the response I got back from his clinical team. They didn't really want to have off-site contracted providers coming in-house to do that work. And, I wanted to respect the process. I didn't have a case to compare it to either, so, I wanted to just do my best with what we could.
And so you weren't able to get any independent evaluations?
No, but based on what I had heard from family members and others, there were some things I would have wanted to get checked. He had some very early school records that indicated it was either a 504 or an IEP with some concerning behaviors, and I wondered if he needed to be evaluated for autism spectrum disorder and some other things.
Did you, in your investigation, come across information that indicated that prior to the shooting, Colt had tried to get help from his family?
I did. His mother had been giving him Zoloft. So, when I talked to family members and him and even his siblings, it seemed pretty consistent that there was knowledge about how much difficulty he was experiencing. The inconsistencies were more about who knew what, when, and that's what the status was leading up to September 4th.
And though he was not brought into care before the shooting, had those concerns been raised to you after Colin and the family moved up to Jackson, would the department have initiated a new investigation?
Say that one more time.
Though he was not brought into care until after the shooting, had those concerns about his call wanting to get some help and the inconsistencies as to who knew what when, would that have been enough to raise concerns to the department to begin an investigation in Jackson County?
I believe it would have been.
And when, while he was at the YDC, were you familiar with what his diagnosis was?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what can you tell us about that? Obviously, if it goes into confidence areas that you can't divulge, but what can you tell us about that?
So my best recollection is, and this is like several hundred pages worth of documents, so bear with me, but that he came in, he did extensive screenings at intake. There was pretty regular involvement with like clinical review for the symptoms he was raising. There were some self-harm incidents. He was getting therapy, but I think it was the summer of 2025 when he, best I can tell, is when he started taking medication. And then there was consideration for generalized anxiety disorder, PTSD. At some point there was social conduct disorder. I don't believe that's still a diagnosis, or wasn't at the conclusion of my investigation on that limited record set. There was considerations for malingering that I believe got phased out. He was telling staff that he had.
Your Honor, I'm going to politely object. I don't think there's anything untoward going on, but we've already had a forensic psychologist that forensically went through all these things for this purpose and had a detailed report that is presented to the court about all these things. She seems to be trying to go more as a layperson reading these reports, trying to remember them. I believe it could be confusing in that this has already been presented in a more forensic, professional way, not taken back from her, but like she's trying to remember what she read, whereas the other witness was there. I think because it's the same thing, it's just confusing.
And, you know, as part of her investigation, and this goes to some of the conclusions that she's going to make with regarding the rest of the family going forward in the case, even though we will reach a point at which Colt will be removed from foster care.
So obviously the doctor that testified earlier had the background. He was admitted as an expert to go into those things. I recall his testimony. I have extensive notes from it. I'm going to allow her some leeway to testify, but I realize she is just recounting what she's read in reports and that she's not a mental health expert.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. So, again, you can go ahead and complete your understanding of what his diagnosis was relative to your investigation.
It changed over the course of their evaluations. So, you know, he had reported some family history too of diagnoses like bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, and so there's some notes about that throughout.
Mm-hmm. What happened with Colt's position as foster child? Well, he was in RYDC. What happened after that?
He was essentially in the dependency case in juvenile court. The parties worked out a compromise, if you will, where instead of his either parent being involved in his day-to-day decision-making, that we believed that his grandmother, his maternal grandmother, could do that in lieu of foster care.
Okay. So was she given some kind of custody through the foster care?
The judge permitted her to effectuate a legal document. I can't recall if it's like power of attorney or guardianship, but something akin to that with the mother.
So at some point then, his case was closed with defects, is that right?
His foster care case was closed. The investigative part, looking into the allegations of abuse and neglect, has continued. It's still technically open.
Right. Since that's still technically open, does the department have a direction that they're going with that? Now that I have made substantiations against his parents, my plan is then to just formally work through the administrative process of closing out the case. If there were new reports that we got, then that could extend it. That's not uncommon either, but that's the status right now. So then, at that point, then officially, DFAC's connection with Colt will be ended once you close that portion of the case?
Yes.
Okay. As you reach your conclusion, would it be the department's position that it's in Colt's best interest to remain not having much contact with his family until his legal position is resolved?
Right now, I wouldn't recommend that he has contact with his parents, although if there was some way that there could be appropriate supervision between he and his mother, then I would consider it because of his wishes that he's indicated recently.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Cross, Mr. Smith.
Hey, Ms. Gross. I'm Brad Smith of the District Attorney's Office. So just for clarification, when you say Colt's in foster care, that's more of a legal designation. He's not gone anywhere. He stayed in the detention center the entire time.
That's right.
Okay.
And he's not currently in foster care.
Right. Okay. And that's a legal definition for like if someone needs to sign medical things and direct his kind of stuff.
Yes, that can be a basis for it.
Yeah. And you were talking about his mental health issues. Were you following the court's or the state's presentation of evidence over the last 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that all of the mental health experts that he dealt with at the facility had found that he was malingering and not truthful about his symptoms?
An earlier clinician did. My understanding was that at some point malingering fell off as a diagnosis. I don't know what the current status is.
Right. So the first, I think it was Dr. Dupree, his first psychiatrist. They did testing and found out, and she suspected that he was malingering. They actually did tests on him that confirmed he was malingering. He was turned over to Dr. Ackerman, which is a psychologist. He followed him, and all this time he's not being medicated for anything. And he found where he was malingering, and then he then said, we're going to take away the malingering because he's not saying he has psychotic symptoms at this point. And then he was turned over to another psychiatrist, Dr. Freeman, I believe.
Judge, is there a question here? It seems like Mr. Smith is still on for the moment.
Correct? Or do you not remember?
I don't know that I completely agree with that. Admitting, though, that I'm not a clinician. So, no, I mean, I did see that at some point there was a malingering suspicion. I think it was a diagnosis code in some of the earlier records, but then that it was removed.
Dr. Ackerman removed it.
That's right, and in some of my interactions with Dr. Ackerman and Dr. Freeman, they indicated that would happen, that they were trying to either rule it in or rule it out, and they thought it might, in fact, be ruled out. But I was that's a limited set of time that I was involved.
But the only time that it was in the records that it was ruled out was Dr. Ackerman. And then later on, Dr. Freeman found instances of him malingering to her, or him. Excuse me.
I don't know what was beyond that data set or
And it was
record set.
After that he was interviewed by his psychologist, Dr. Richards,
Okay.
and given tests when was malingering then too.
I haven't been in, I don't know what's in any of those reports.
So we've had 2 other doctors saying he was malingering after that Dr. Ackerman took off the malingering diagnosis.
I believe you. I don't know. I wasn't involved in that process.
Well, you told the judge that the malingering had been taken off, and I just want to point out that that's not correct.
I understand. I'm sorry. My time was limited to a specific data set, and I just recall that being something that fell off as a diagnosis.
Okay, so let's go back to Defect's first involvement with the case. That was started in August of 2021.
That was I believe the first report that we received on the family.
And that was on Colt had researched how to kill your dad on the school computer.
Yes.
And he would have been in 6th grade at the time.
I believe so.
So the first report had nothing to do with Marcy or Colin doing anything to Colt.
Not that I recall offhand.
And then the next report was in February 1st of 2022, so a few months later, and that report was that Colt was not enrolled in school.
I believe the next report was one alleging physical abuse by Ms. Gray.
Okay, so that would have been between the August and the February one?
We had the initial August report that you described. We had a report that alleged physical abuse involving Colt, and then we had I believe it was in back to back. We had reports about truancy for all the children.
Okay.
January, February. I'm sorry.
Okay, so between the August of 21 and February 22, around that area is when you had the physical abuse.
Yes, sir.
And that was Marcy, and it was specifically that she slapped Colt, correct?
It was, yes, that she slapped him and that he had a swollen lip.
Okay. And then, so then you had, in February, you had, all the kids weren't enrolled in school, but Colt specifically.
I believe the report it had for all of the children being that they were excessively truant. It was like over 20 days for each child.
And then the next report came in, that was February, the next report came in that November.
Yes.
And that was Marcy being intoxicated.
It was several allegations. That I think was probably the primary one is substance abuse, but there were also concerns about the children's hygiene at school. The parents arguing like domestic violence allegations, that type of stuff.
And the domestic violence was between the parents with each other.
Yes.
Okay. And then fast forward a whole year to October of 2023 is the next issue. And that is Marcy test positive for drugs.
That case, I think what you're saying is that case ran from November 2022 right to basically October, the end of October the following year.
Right.
And that's because of a failed drug screen, one of a few in fact, but
Right.
yeah.
And then, so that was October, y'all gave the kids to the father.
Yes.
And then the case was closed on October 31st, 2023.
Yes.
Okay. So what we have here, the allegations are truancy, hygiene, and mom's using drugs, and there was one incident in 6th grade where mom slapped him.
There was, for the case that involved allegations of physical abuse involving mom and Colt, it was more than one occasion of the allegations of hitting, but that was a very short case compared to the November 2022 to October 2023.
And that was back when he was in 6th grade.
I believe so, yes.
So in 2021 was allegation of mom physical abuse with him.
Yes.
But all you have substantiated is a slapping with the lip.
And in fact, it wasn't substantiated. We had contradictory accounts from the children.
So that was not substantiated?
It wasn't. The children had different versions.
Okay. Now, you said, you testified on direct that new things categories have been recently substantiated. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by recently substantiated?
So a DFACS investigation per policy, I think, is supposed to be completed within 45 days. It can run longer. It just depends on the case. Often, if you have history with a family, then you're not often, you have to look at all of that. And then if the current issue that you're investigating has multiple allegations, it can run longer. And in fact, mine did. So my substantiations were across multiple categories. And then I issued official notice, I think it was last Wednesday.
Last Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
And when did you agree when was it agreed that you would be a witness in this case?
I think that we had talked about it leading up to the start of this. I mean, I kind of expected a subpoena, so I've been preparing one way or another. And I knew coming that I could be called, but he asked if I would be here.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, what came first? You knowing you were going to testify, or you substantiating these new claims?
Oh, I substantiated first. I didn't.
Last Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there were several sources for these new claims. What were the several sources?
Record review, interviews with different people, children, family members, other people that are involved in the children's lives.
Okay. So these several sources are Colt's family members?
Not just that. I mean, it could be the guardian ad litem that is assigned to any of the kids. In fact, it was. And then I'm trying to make sure I cover everybody that I've talked to. DJJ staff. I mean, so it wasn't just family members, but that's generally the universe of what I recall.
Process of substantiation, how long are we talking about where these sources came forward with these new claims?
Oh, I mean, they're not necessarily new. It's just that I was trying to make sure that I did a thorough investigation into each of them, and it was just significant review of materials.
Was it before or after Colt decided he was going to plead guilty and y'all knew there was going to be a sentencing hearing?
I didn't know what his goal was going to be for court.
Okay. I want to ask general broad questions about DFACS and what y'all do, and thank you for what y'all do. How many children approximately does DFACS monitor for homelessness?
If you mean for open investigations that we have for homelessness,
Monitoring the children.
Oh, I don't know what you mean by monitor. I mean, we probably get several hundred thousand, maybe a couple thousand. That's almost pure speculation on my part right now about reports that have that allegation is one or many. But generally, we're not going to be investigating homelessness. We try to differentiate between like a poverty issue versus, actual abuse or neglect.
What about malnourishment?
I don't know the number offhand, but I mean, if it's also sort of a sliding scale to try to determine if it rises to the level of abuse or if it's neglect, abuse, or poverty. And so we'll be looking at prior history. We'll look at what collateral sources tell us as part of the initial safety assessment if we get a report that makes that allegation.
And how many investigations do you think in a year are for allegations of severe beatings to children?
The majority of the reports that we get in any given year are going to include an allegation of neglect. It's going to be primarily neglect in basically every county in terms of number of reports. For physical abuse, I can't recall where it falls in the like top 5, but I could probably get that information for you. We have it publicly posted.
We're talking hundreds, thousands?
Probably thousands. We get, I think last year we opened several thousand cases in general. I mean, so they would fall within those.
Same general idea about how many do y'all get referrals for children that had intentionally broken bones by their caregivers?
In what I would describe as more non-accidental trauma cases, then that's going to be a much smaller category. I don't know that we're even talking hundreds per year.
Okay. How about strangulation?
I don't know that number offhand. That's going to be a much smaller category.
Intentional burns?
I don't know that number offhand, but I think based on my anecdotal recall of our cases per year, it's going to be higher than an allegation of strangulation or non-accidental trauma.
How about sexual abuse?
It's going to be a pretty recurrent allegation that we get.
That's a pretty large number, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
How about rape specifically?
We categorize it as more sexual abuse or sexual exploitation. That's the maltreatment codes that we would use, so we don't refer to it as rape unless we've done the investigation and we have enough evidence to indicate that that in fact occurred.
Okay. And the last is probably another subset is like child sex trafficking. Y'all get investigations for that?
We do.
How many do you think you get that in a year?
Several hundred, maybe we're looking at 1,000 to 2,000. It's been going up in recent years.
Yeah. So to sum up, Colt had a less than ideal upbringing in childhood.
Yes.
But also to sum up, we've seen worse. Haven't we?
I think that's fair, but child abuse or maltreatment in general is something we just want to try to avoid or work with the children to address the trauma.
I agree. Thank you.
You have any redirect?
Yes, Dr. Judge. In the context of intensity to a child, does it matter if they were abused by their parent by slapping in the face or having their arm broken? In their view, does it matter?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Judge, she works with an agency that has to make these determinations all the time and when they're working to reunify.
Calls for speculation.
Yeah. I'll sustain it. I think slapping in the face is not as bad as intentionally breaking a bone, but got another question.
Okay. Within the context of DFAC's policy, you don't really monitor cases, do you? You get them on referral?
Correct.
Okay. So your resources with the department don't allow you to track every child or every circumstance that exists in the state of Georgia, right?
That's right. We rely on reports.
Okay. Is it reasonable to believe that not all cases that have severe abuse are reported?
Can you say that one more time?
Is it reasonable to assume that not all cases that have severe abuse are reported to DFACs?
Yes, it's reasonable. We often will find out later.
And when you get a referral and a report, do you have a legal obligation to follow through and make sure, whatever the intensity of the allegation, that the case is investigated?
Yes, and we have extensive policies that help guide case managers on what they should do based on the maltreatment codes alleged.
And is there a policy on how you handle families who have recurring referrals to DFACs?
There are several policies that apply, yes.
And so if a family has more referrals than, say, the standard, which may be one time over spanking a child, about several things, and it may not be severe each one. How do your policies interpret the way you approach that fact?
We review all of the records that we have, including just reports, including if we did an investigation, what that is, all the different case types that we would have worked. And then we review them together to determine if there's like chronicity, if the severity of the claims, all of those. So it can be very discretionary, but that's why we have DFAC's policy that helps guide case managers.
And would recurring referrals raise more red flags than a single referral?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all, Judge.
Ma'am, do you mind spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's BROCE.
Thank you. You're free to go. Mr. Allen?
Hey, Judge, I have one more witness. I don't know if the court wants to break it out for lunch, or this witness, I don't know. I'm not sure how long it's going to take.
Do you think she's one, or he or she would be one before? I mean, we'd get done by 12 with them, or do you think they're going to be on the stand for an hour or two?
It's not going to be an hour or two, but I don't think we'll be done by 12.
Okay. Would you like to break now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a lunch recess. Be back at 12:50. Council.
This judge, I'd like to call Deborah Polhemus to the stand. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated and introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Deborah Polhemus,
Would you please spell your last name?
Polhamus.
What relationship are you to Colt Gray?
I'm Colt's grandmother, maternal grandmother.
From the time that Colt was born, have you been involved in his life?
From the day he came out, yeah.
And how much have you had access to him over the past several years? It was you. Describe that.
They rarely visited me, except during the pandemic. They stayed with me a lot then, but I was up there every month for their life, all their life.
Where were you living at that time?
I was living in Fitzgerald, Georgia.
So where is that?
It's about 4 hours south of here.
Okay. Would you drive up for those 4 hours to see him when you came?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
How often would you say during the early days of his life that you were able to drive up?
How often?
Yes.
I tried to come every month, sometimes 6 weeks. I was working, and I still had one in college, and I was traveling a lot with her, but I was usually up here once a month.
What county were they living in when, say, he was 1 to 5 years old?
Statham.
And where is Statham in relationship to this judge?
Statham is about 4 hours. It's just 10 miles from Wander.
Okay. And during those visits, would you stay in the home, or would you get him outside?
No, I stayed in the home.
Okay. How long would you stay with each visit?
Usually the weekend. I drove up on Friday after school and drive home Sunday evening.
And after school, what was your profession?
I was educator, special education educator.
Okay. Did you have anyone in your family that was a medical person?
I did.
Who was that?
Well, my sister was a doctor. She died when Colt was young, and I had several aunts and uncles that were nurses and doctors.
Okay. Did you ever get involved in any of what they did, or did they teach you anything just on the side, like sometimes kids learn from their parents?
Not really. Most of what I learned studying. I worked with emotionally disturbed children for the last 15 or 18 years, and went back to school several times.
Were you certified in special education?
Yes.
When Colt was young, did you notice anything that in his development that gave you some concern?
Well, he was slow to walk. He was 18 months old when he finally started walking, and that, I think, was because his mom was in the hospital having Jenny, and I stayed with him, and we walked all day because he was ready. He just didn't get the chance. But I noticed that he was restless. He was impulsive. He wouldn't get excited. He would jump up and down and wave his arms. And but that was it.
Was he exposed to daycare in those days?
Yes.
Do you know anything about his interaction in the daycare?
Well, the first daycare he was in was when he was very young. And then Marcy took him out at 6 months because Coley lost his job and Marcy was working and they couldn't afford daycare. I offered to pay for it, but Marcy said no. If Coley was going to be at home, he could take care of him. So he was with him for, I think, maybe 4 to 6 months. And then they put him in the daycare center that was next to the school. I think it was called Helping Hands.
And how old was Colt at that time?
Colt was 2.5 by then, maybe. And that's where he was until he started school.
And when he started school, do you remember which school system he started in?
He was in Statham, in Clark County.
How long was he in that school system?
He was in Statham until the 4th grade, same school.
Did you ever have any contact with his teachers at school?
I did, not a lot. When he was in pre-K, they did a developmental profile on all the children, and Colt scored really well on everything but social emotional. So they decided to do what they call a 504, and it's a program that leads into or out of special education. It was for his behavior and his impulsivity, and if he got concentrated help and improved, then he would staff out, and if not, he would staff into special ed. And he received those services at the elementary, which was just across the parking lot. And then in kindergarten, he stayed in under the 504. And they staffed him out at the end of 1st grade because he was doing well. You know, he still had an incidents once in a while, but his grades were well. He was attending, and things just seemed to settle down.
How long did he stay in the school system in Statham?
He was in Statham through the 4th grade.
Okay. During that time, how was his parents? Were they having issues with drugs, or was it just financial?
Well, they always had issues. They were doing a lot of drinking at that time. And then they got way behind on bills. Coley bought a new truck, and he bought a camper, and he bought a fancy fishing boat, and they got way behind, and they had to sell the farm. And that was the real beginning of the downfall.
And how old was Colt when that happened?
He was 4th grade.
Okay. So 4th grade, would that be 8 or 9? Okay.
Yeah.
And did you notice at that time any impacts on Colt when that happened?
Well, he was miserable. I mean, they all were, you know. They got yanked out of their school, they got yanked out of their home, the only place they'd ever lived, and they moved to Gainesville and rented a house. And Coley was working, Marcy wasn't. Marcy was deteriorating, and they didn't go to school for a long time, and then she finally got them enrolled, and Colt and Judy both seemed to really like their school there, but they were only there for a few months. They got evicted, and then they went to Jefferson, and they lived there for a while, and things were about the same. I think by that time Marcy had started on some drugs, and they got evicted from that house, and then the pandemic hit, and they came to Fitzgerald.
And Colt would have been about 10 years old during the pandemic? When they were down in Fitzgerald, did you notice anything about Colt and his relationship with his parents?
Well, Marcy got a job. Colt and Jenny stayed with me most of the time because I was doing school with them. Jenny spent the night a lot. Colt would go home. They moved all of their stuff into a 1,500 square foot house, and you couldn't walk in the front door, and it was all turned upside down, and they were just miserable. I mean, you know, they didn't have anywhere to play, they couldn't nowhere to sit down and watch TV, so they stayed with me most of the time.
And how was Colt's social interaction at that time?
He didn't have any, you know, during the pandemic, they were staying with me. I took them swimming and things like that, but they didn't really have any contact with other kids. I got them in school, and I would take them, well, in the beginning, Coley would take them. Coley didn't work. he never did get a job during that time, and so he would take them to school and pick them up. We got Colt signed up for football, and he played football and had a really good time doing that. And Jenny was playing soccer, and then after DFACS got involved, Coley was not actually named on the initial report. It was just Marcy. So Coley got mad and just decided he was going to move them back up to Atlanta because he didn't want to have to deal with DFACS. So that was, and I'm incorrect. They moved to my house before Jefferson because when they moved back up, that was when they moved to Jefferson.
And was that the 2021 case we heard about earlier today?
Was that what?
The 2021 case that we heard about earlier today?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, why do you remember about Colt and the incidents around that case?
Well, we reported them to DFACS because my other daughter did. I couldn't bring myself to do it. But she reported them to DFACS because they were just completely dysfunctional. Chloe was spending all day in the bed. Marcy was trying to drive and work, and she was on stuff, and he was on stuff. And I'd go over, and the kids didn't have anything to eat. And Marcy got mad one day and slapped Colt for a couple of times. And so we just decided to report them and see if we couldn't get some help. We couldn't get anything done. And DFACS was involved for several months, and then Coley packed them up and moved them back to Jefferson.
And at that time, was there any discussion about you possibly becoming a guardian for the kids?
No, Coley wouldn't talk about it. I had talked to Marcy several times about taking the kids, or particularly Colt, because Colt was the one who seemed to be having the most difficulty living in the house with his daddy and his mother, and she said that Coley would never let me have him, and that there was no point even trying, that we didn't have enough proof to convince the courts that he was being emotionally, physically, mentally abused, neglected, whatever. So, and she said that she was afraid that if I tried to take him, he would kill him, or her, or me, or somebody. So they moved up to Jefferson.
Did you see any of the abuse between Coley and Colt that you were describing?
No, Colt never shared much of it with me. I think he knew I would worry, so he never said much. I did see, there was one incident when they were living in Jefferson where Colt and Coley were arguing, and I told Colt to go to his room. I said, just go to your room, shut the door. And the next thing I knew, Coley had gone up there and gone in the room and was yelling and screaming at him. So Marcy went up there and stopped it, but I never really saw him hit Colt. Little Coley used to tell me about it all the time, but I never saw it.
And during that part of the DFACS case that they were still down in Fitzgerald, did you have any discussions with the DFACS workers about potential future plans for the family?
Well, we had talked about it. They had actually talked about, they were actually going to drop the case. They had decided, Marcy had been clean for a year, so they decided they would drop the case. Wait, I'm getting mixed up. That's the second time. I really didn't talk to them the first time much. Marcy was really careful about keeping me out of it a lot of times, and so I didn't talk to the DFACS worker then. I did talk to the DFACS worker when Marcy moved back down with Jenny and Colt the second time, but that first time I did not.
And still focusing on that first time, how was Colt reacting? What kinds of things was he doing that might have caused you concern?
Well, he wasn't really doing anything except staying in his room a lot, and that was because there was nowhere else to go. But he wasn't on the computer all the time at that time. He would draw, he would read, he'd go with me. You know, we'd go to the grocery store and go to my house, but he really didn't have any contact with anybody because of the pandemic.
How was his ability to make friends at that time?
His ability?
Yeah.
I don't know. He never got the opportunity. Now, when he started school, he met kids, but he didn't really have any. When he was playing football, he became buddy with some of the kids, but after football, that was it. You know.
After the COVID period and during this DFACS case, do you know what time range it was they started going back to school physically?
They started going back to school, let me get this straight. They were in school in Fitzgerald after the pandemic was over. We got them enrolled there, and then Coley left and took them up there to Jefferson. And it was a while in Jefferson before Marcy got them enrolled in school.
When they went to Jefferson, was it in the middle of the school year?
I wish I had my notes with me. Yeah, it was, I think, January or February. Coley decided to take them out, I think in December, snatch them out and take them up there.
So do you know how long Colt was out of school in Jefferson after they went out before he got back in?
I'm trying to think. That would have been the 7th grade. And he started them in school. Marcy started them in school not long after they got up there. And then they got evicted from Jefferson, and they moved to another area in Jefferson, another house, which put them on the other side of the county, so they had to start on a new school again. And they were there, I think they finished out the year there. And then in the 8th grade, that was when Colt didn't go to school. I went and got Marcy and the other two and made them come to Fitzgerald, because I couldn't keep myself spread that thin. And Colt chose to stay with his dad, and he didn't go to school at all that year.
And so during his 8th grade year, he was solely with his father?
There was a time that he came down, I think in the summer, but I don't think he came down during the school year.
And how often were you able to go back and forth with the kids down living with you? How often were you able to go back?
It was I went very few times because Marcy was, by that time, she was pretty strung out, and I had Coley and Jenny, and I was taking them to school, picking them up, feeding them, and trying to keep up with her, and so I didn't get up there very much. We didn't even talk a lot.
During the time they were in Fitzgerald, was Marcy still having the drinking and drug problems?
Yeah.
Did DFACS get involved again down there?
Yes, they did, and that was when I talked to the DFACS worker, and she got off of them, and then she went for a while without taking any and was passing all the tests, and but she never did really quit. Not then. She did at one point, but she had started back by then.
Was that the time that Coleman took all the kids again and moved back up because DFACS gave him
Yeah,
custody?
yeah, that was when the incident happened with Marcy and me. And I called DFACS. Marcy told me that DFACS had decided to drop her case because she had been a year drug-free. And I called the DFACS worker and told her that Charlie and I were going to Virginia for a week and that the kids were going to be staying with their mom and that I needed to know if they would stop by and do a checkup just for me. And they said sure, and of course they stopped by and she tested positive for 3 or 4 different things. And I was still in Virginia, so that was when they called Coley. They had to leave her with somebody and they couldn't leave her with me, so they called Coley, and he came and got him.
And just to clarify for the court, who is Charlie?
Charlie's my husband.
Okay. And all this time the kids are back and forth in your home, Charlie's there too? How much conversation or interaction did you have with Colt during the time the kids were down there and he was up with his dad?
Not a lot. Not a lot. I went up, I think, maybe once or twice, and we talked on the phone some. But Coley was real good about changing his, I shouldn't say that. But little Coley, the last time I was up there visiting when the kids were with their daddy, little Coley kept begging me to stay. And I told him, I said, I'm coming back. I'll be back in a week or 2. And he said, Mammy, my daddy's always so much nicer to Colt when you're here. And I sat down with him and I said, well, what does your daddy do? And he's always yelling at Colt and he's always fighting with him and he hits him and you know, that was out of the innocent mouth of a child. Little Coley was 8 at that time. So it was still going on, but I never saw it. You know, Coley was always hunky-dory, hey, Mamu, come on in. But apparently it wasn't that way all the time.
So when the other 2 children were going back then with Colin, was he up in Jefferson County area still? I mean, Jackson County area?
When the kids went up there?
Yes.
No, he was, he and Colt had moved to Bethlehem. While I had Marcy and the kids, Coley told me that he wanted to try to find a place that was less expensive because he only had his income. And so he found the house on Harrison Mill Road in Winder, and they moved there. And when the kids came up, that's where they all stayed.
And when they moved to Bethlehem, did that cause a disruption for Colt's school?
It caused a disruption for Colt because he made the comment to me that he loved Jenny and Coley, but it was always so much more chaotic when they were there. You know, apparently he and his dad had kind of settled into a groove, and he was afraid it was going to get turned upside down. But by that time, Colt was spending a lot of time on his computer, obviously, and I just didn't realize it. But you know, when he come out of his room and we'd sit and talk, it was just like Colt, you know, in the beginning.
What, if anything, did you notice, or what event happened that made you start worrying about Colt specifically with his development and mental health?
Well, the most recent of things and the most concerning was when his mother left rehab. They had gotten into a groove, and Coley was really trying. He was doing the best he could at that time for the first time. But Marcy left rehab and went to Winder.
Approximately what year range is this?
I'm sorry, what?
What year, what time frame is this?
This was in June, July, before the shooting.
Okay.
And,
A few months before the shooting?
yeah.
Okay.
And she, the day that she got there, I got a call from Jenny, and she said, "Mama, my mama's here." I said, "No, I just talked to your mom last night. She's still in rehab." "No, she's here." I said, "Well, let me call you Daddy." And I hung up, and before I could call Colt called me. "Mama, did you know my mama's up here?" I said, "No, I didn't until Jenny just called me and told me. So let me call Coley and find out what's going on." Well, from that point on, it just slowly deteriorated.
And what kinds of behaviors was Colt exhibiting that caused you concern?
He was much more anxious, much more verbally abusive and hostile. Even to me, if you were in here and heard all the conversations, when in his dad's trial, he had never talked to me like that. And that was an indication to me that he was really, really struggling.
Did you try to suggest anything for Colin or Marcy?
I talked to him about getting some help for him, getting some therapy or some kind of treatment, and I always got met with the same thing. "We'll call the doctor. We'll call somebody. We got to wait for the insurance to kick in." And I told him, I said, "I'll pay for it. Just get him some help, you know."
As a special ed teacher, did you have any concerns about specific issues with Colt or just wanting to find out what's going on?
Well, the thing I was most concerned with in those last weeks was that he just got highly, highly agitated and impulsive. And he began having, the last couple of weeks when I was around him, he was having irrational thoughts. And he was almost to a point of not making sense. Sometimes when he would talk, just erratic.
What did you know about the gun that Colt had?
I knew that his daddy bought it for him for Christmas. Coley told me that he got it because Colt seemed interested and he really wanted to find something that they could do together. From the time Colt was little, Coley talked about taking him hunting, Of course, he bought the gun and went hunting once. That was kind of the way things happened. But I didn't know that much about the gun itself. I knew it was an AR something, but that didn't mean anything to me. I knew it wasn't a handgun.
Did you ever see it directly in Colt's possession?
I did. He came in the kitchen and showed it to me when I got up there at Christmas. And then once when I was in his bedroom, he had it in there and he showed it to me and talked about how you load it and how you shoot it.
Did that cause you any concern that he had the gun in his bedroom?
Honestly, it didn't at first because my daughter had BB guns and she kept them in her room. I mean, we never had real guns, but Coley kept guns all over the house until Marcy sold them all. When they lived at the farm, he probably had 20 or 30 guns. And some of them were locked up, but most of them were just sitting in the corners. My daughter always told me it's a miracle I didn't get run over by a train. I'm so oblivious to things, but Colt didn't walk around with it all the time. It was just in the corner of his room, and I just honestly didn't think anything about it.
And then in the June event that you were referring to in 2024, did anything come up that made you concerned that he had access to a weapon based on his increasing aggression and anxiety?
No, I asked him one day if he kept it in there all the time, and he said some of the time, and then he told me that he had asked his dad to put it up for him. And then the last time I was up there, he came in and said, I told my dad I wanted him to lock my gun up. This was when I fell and broke my hand the week before the shooting. And I just figured that Coley did.
And did Colt's behaviors ever rise to such an extent that you attempted to get some kind of appointments in place for them to?
Yeah.
No.
Colt had a really bad panic attack at school, and the counselor called his dad, and his dad told him he couldn't come and get him, he was at work. So she called me and asked me if I would just talk to him. So I did, and calmed him down some, and I told him, I said, even if I leave right now, I can't be up there before school's out. You're going to have to stay there. So just stay in the counselor's office and sit down and do some deep breathing, and I'll be up there in the morning. I'll come up in the morning. So I got in the car the next morning and drove up there. He called me when he got home from school to let me know he made it home okay on the bus. And I went up the next morning, and Colt was at home. And I asked him how he was feeling. He said he was feeling better. And I told him that I was going to the school, and I went to the school to meet with the counselor. And I told him, I said, I don't have an appointment, but I really, really need to speak with the counselor. So she did see me, and we talked about what my concerns were, that I just had this feeling that Colt was going down a rabbit hole or something. And she said that they had just started using a certified therapist with some of the students, and that if I could get Coley to fill out the paperwork, she could start seeing Colt. So she emailed the paperwork to Coley, and he did fill it out and emailed it back. That was on Wednesday. No, that was Thursday, and she told me that she would be at the school the next Thursday, and she could see him then. So then I left there and called the behavioral center in Athens, and I told him what the situation was, that I was very concerned that Colt was just really, really struggling and wanted to know what I needed to do to get him in. And she said that we could just walk in, fill out all the paperwork, and they would keep him. And they would keep him for several days if they needed to find out what was going on. And I asked her about insurance. I said, if he doesn't have insurance, can I pay for it? And she said, are you his parent? And I said, no. And she said, well, if you're not his parent, we can't take him. We have to have a parent. And I said, well, I don't know if I can get his dad to bring him. He's got real crazy about taking him to somewhere. And she said, well, if you bring him on Saturday, we don't have very many patients on Saturday, and most people don't even know we're open. We'll be ready, and you can bring him and fill out the stuff. So that was the plan. We were going to take him Saturday. Well, when I left the school, I fell and broke all of the fingers in this hand, and I went to the emergency room, and the doctor put a bandage on it and told me that I needed to see the orthopedist as soon as possible. So I told Coley that I was going to go home and see my daughter called and made me an appointment for the very next morning, that I was going to go down and let the orthopedist see my hand and see what needed to be done, and then I would come back. And I asked him if he was going to take Colt, and he said, yeah. Well, then Marcy told me she would go up and they would take him together. So I came home, went back to Fitzgerald, met with the doctor Friday, and Saturday morning Marcy was still at the house, and I asked her, I went by there, she was staying at my mom's house by then, and she said that she and Coley had gotten into a big argument and he wasn't going to meet her to take Colt to the doctor. So we didn't go. And, of course, you know the rest of it.
So, and what week was that you broke your hand and then you set up the
That was the last week of August. It was the week before the shooting.
So that appointment would have been on the Saturday before September 4th. And then, from what you just said, they never made the appointment.
Well, I actually made the appointment. They just didn't go.
They didn't go.
Yeah.
And did Colin take any other steps between that day and September 4th?
I called 2 or 3 times to find out how things are going, and he said, "Oh, things are good. Colt's been fine." Colt didn't have a phone by that time, so no, he did. But I called him and he didn't answer. And then
When did you first find out about the shooting?
about the shooting,
Yes.
I was at the house, and Marcy was over there, and Coley called, and he called Marcy. Marcy didn't answer the phone, so he called me and he said, "I need to talk to Marcy." I said, "She's right here." So I handed her the phone, and he read the text message that Colt had sent, and Marcy said, "You need to get in your car and you need to leave right now and go to the school." And she called the school and talked to the counselor and told the counselor that they had just gotten the text message. She had by this time gotten one too, and that she was terrified that something was happening and that they needed to go find Colt. So
Did you drive up to?
we did. We left just a little while after that.
And when you got to Winder, is that when you first spoke with Inspector Smith?
With who?
Inspector Smith?
No, I didn't speak with him then. We went up, and it was like crazy. So I told Marcy, I said, "I'm going to take Coley and Jenny back to Fitzgerald. There's nothing that they can do here. I want them in this." So when I got Coley, and when I went to get Jenny, she said she didn't want to go, that she wanted to stay there with her daddy. So I put Coley in the car, and we headed back to Fitzgerald. And we had just gotten to Fitzgerald and gotten him to sleep when DFAX called, when the sheriff called and said we had to come back. That DFAX was taking the kids, and I needed to bring him back. So I got him in the car and turned around and drove back to Winder to take him. And it was sometime that next day, I think, that I talked to the investigator at the sheriff's office.
And that was when DFAX took the children in the care?
They already had Jenny. They had taken Jenny when Coley went in to do his interview, and they took Colt. They were waiting for me. I got back up there about 3 o'clock in the morning, and they were waiting for me at the sheriff's office.
Now, when you were interviewing with Inspector Smith, did you give him any of your thoughts as to why this happened?
I honestly can't remember, but I'm sure it had something to do with his mom and dad. By that time, my brain was so fried. I honestly don't remember a lot of what we talked about in that interview.
Had it been your desire for Colt to get mental health treatment? Did you want him to have mental health treatment?
Absolutely.
In your capacity as a teacher, did you find that to be important?
Yes, absolutely.
At this point, nothing we can do to change the truth. But given your experience and you're living with Colt, do you feel like long-term, if he gets treatment, he could be a productive person?
Absolutely. I know that's hard for a lot of people to believe, but the Colt that I knew and the Colt that I know now is not the Colt that did all of this. His mind was so distorted and just discorded that he had convinced himself that this was the way for him to go because he could be somebody. All he ever wanted was to have a friend. All he ever wanted was to be included and loved. I found a note in his room. I found this before the sheriffs got there. We went to the house after it was all over, and I had taken Coley. And I told Marcy, I said, I'd like to go and maybe get a few of the pictures and things. I don't know what we'll have access to. And then I found a note in he had a little book that he kept on the fireplace that he made notes in. And there was a new one that was in there, and it said, why can't somebody just love me? And that's the way Colt felt.
You still have contact with him now, right?
Every week.
You visited him in person?
Every week.
You have phone calls with him? How has he changed from the time he was first incarcerated to now?
From when?
From the time he was first incarcerated?
He's so much better. Colt was in desperate need of routine, structure. He never had it, ever, except at my house. The first time we ate dinner in the pandemic, he said, "Mama, can we please eat at the table?" We never eat together at our house. That was all he ever wanted, and now he's got structure. And he's on medication, and it's helping him sleep. I called Dr. Friedman one day while he was at his first facility. Colt was still talking about hearing voices. And I said, well, do you know which voices you're hearing? He said, it's mostly my daddy. And I called Dr. Friedman and I said, Colt has been tormented by his parents and his daddy all his life. I don't want him tormented the rest of his life. You need to do something to help him with these voices. And he did. He put him on medication and it really helped. And now they put him on something to help him sleep, and he's thriving. He's getting a lot of therapy at the new facility, and he's got a little more space, and he's more like the Colt that I saw growing up than he has been in 7 years.
Is he active in school? Education program? Has he listed to you some of the things that he wants to do at this facility?
Well, not necessarily at this one, because he won't be here that much longer, but when he gets moved to a long-term facility, first thing he wants to do is go back to school. He wants to go to school and study. He's been doing a lot of reading, and he's starting to work on his GED. And we've been talking a lot about mediation. The group that he's with, sometimes kids will get into arguments. And one day he told me that two of the kids were arguing, and he said, I just kind of got between them and tried to talk them down. And I said, well, that's called mediation. Maybe that's where you need to look. You could become a mediator as much as you needed help. Now you can give it to somebody else.
Have you been in contact with the administrative folks at the YDCs that he's a...
Yes.
And have any of them indicated to you that he has behavior issues that disrupt other or towards other people?
The first facility, the only thing I heard was when they shared with me that he just was really restless and seemed agitated some. The therapist that he had there was really good at working with him, but he left, and then when they started him on medicine, he got even better. I actually had a conversation with one of the counselors from his new facility the other day. He called just to check in, and he said that Colt was doing really well, that he's doing well in school. He abides by the rules, and that's all he ever needed was to know, this is what you need to do, and he'd do it, but...
This court is going to make a decision on what to do next. Do you have a request of the court as to what you would like for them to decide?
Well, obviously, Colt pled guilty because he did it, You know, there's no denying that. He's accepted that responsibility. We've talked at length about remorse, how bad he feels about it, and how he wishes he could change things, but he can't. I would like, obviously, as his grandmother, and knowing what a great person he was before the trauma and since, I'd like to see him have a chance at some point to prove himself, to mediate, to do something productive. And I told him, I said, if you don't get out of prison, you can do it there. But if you do, you need to make sure you're ready to shine and show people that you are worthy. Seek forgiveness and go on.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Cross.
Okay, so Debbie, I'm a little confused. What time did you get to Winder on September 4th?
What time did I get what?
To Winder on September 4th of 2024?
Oh, it was after lunch.
So you left at like 10 o'clock to drive up here. No earlier than 2, right?
No, it couldn't have been earlier than that because, you mean on the day of the shooting?
On the day of the shooting.
Okay, no, we didn't leave until probably lunchtime, got up here around 4.
Okay. And you're saying you got there before law enforcement arrived at it?
No, they were all over the place.
Okay.
No, it was the next day that we went over there after we had brought Coley and them back. And we went to the house because we had a key. I had a key because I was in and out all the time.
Earlier you testified that you found the note before law enforcement.
No, I'm sorry. No, it was the next day. I wanted to go by there. I had taken some of, over the years, I had collected things of their lives that I didn't want to disappear. You know, pictures, drawings that they had done, toys, Christmas ornaments. And when they moved in with their daddy and things settled, I took a lot of that up there to them because I knew in all the moves that they went through, things got thrown away, and I didn't want everything to get thrown away. So when we took Coley and to DFACS, we had gotten a hotel room, and the next day before we left to go home, I told Marcy I wanted to ride by and see about getting some of that stuff. I said, because I didn't know what was going to happen to the stuff in the house. I figured that we would at some point in time have to pack everything up if Coley wound up going to prison, but I didn't know. So that was when I found the note.
And where was this note?
It was on the fireplace.
The fireplace that law enforcement went over that entire house with a fine-tooth comb for a day. And saying law enforcement didn't find this note, but you did.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Where is the note? Did you give it to law enforcement?
No, it's at my house.
You didn't think that would be important to give to your attorney or his attorney?
Well, no, I mean, you know, I could bring it back to you if you want it.
No, I just would have assumed you would have brought it.
Well, it wasn't something that I intended to bring up because I just figured it was going to be question and answer. What did you do? What did you not do? But since I got into the story form and I found that note, you know, I mean,
okay.
I guess that's just one more mistake I made in the whole situation. I didn't think it was something that mattered to anybody but me.
Well, you're here asking for the judge to give your grandson some remorse, or not remorse, but give him the benefit of the doubt and give him a chance to get out. And you want to present evidence to this court about why you think you should get out, and you obviously thought that was important.
I did think it was important, but not about him getting out. It was just important to me because that's the way he'd always felt. Nobody loves me. Why can't somebody love me?
And you've paid for his defense attorney, correct?
I did.
And you've paid for his psychologist, correct?
I did.
And you believe his parents failed him, right?
Yes.
You believe part of the reason we're here today is because Marcy and Colin were terrible parents, right?
I wouldn't call them terrible, but they're pretty close.
Okay.
I mean, that may not be the word I'd use, but
And
yeah.
you want to make sure that you can do everything you can to give Colt a chance today. Because you believe you also made mistakes, right?
Because what?
You believe you also made mistakes in this whole situation, right?
Well, I'm probably the most guilty of all in this situation because I was the one who could have done something and didn't. Because I was vulnerable enough to listen to my daughter say, you can't take my son, my husband won't let you.
But at the end of the day, Colt is also responsible for
Absolutely.
his actions, right?
Absolutely.
And you've been in here this whole time during the sentencing. You've listened to everything that the state has presented, correct? And one of the things that we presented was a jail phone call between Colt and Marcy, and you were present for that on December 5th.
Most of the calls that they took, I wasn't even in the room. Marcy was staying with us at that time.
Marcy was staying with y'all, and she would talk to Colt.
Mm-hmm.
You would also drive her up to see Colt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because she didn't have a license at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And on one of these calls from December 5th of 2024, you're in the room when they're talking about watching documentaries of mass shooters, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And Colt actually wanted you to watch some documentaries. And you did. And he wanted to know if you saw some similarities between him and James Holmes, right? Okay. And you watched it, and you said you saw some, but not a ton, right?
Yeah.
And you did that because he wanted you to watch it, right?
Well, he asked me to watch them, but the main reason I watched them was because I wanted to see what it was about the shootings that was so intriguing to him.
And so this is 3 months after the shooting, after he committed his own mass shooting, and he's still watching documentaries, and you're watching them for him.
No, I wasn't watching it for him. I was watching it for me.
But you watched it because he asked you.
I did, yeah.
And on that jail call, we don't hear you say, stop watching these, what are you doing, right? You do it. You don't call his counselor, you don't call DFACS and say, hey, Colt's still watching documentaries, he needs to get some help, right? You didn't do any of that?
No.
Okay.
But I didn't realize he was still watching them. I thought they were documentaries he had watched before. I didn't know that he had access to any. Once he went to YDC, he didn't have access to anything.
But you know he's still talking about it and he's still interested in it.
Yeah.
And you actually watched it, like you just said, because you wanted to see why he's so interested in these things.
Asked and answered.
And you do stuff for Colt because you don't want him to get mad at you, right? You want to placate him.
I want to what?
Placate him. You want to do what he says so he doesn't get mad at you.
No. I tried to help Colt because nobody else was helping him. He got mad at me when he was 3 years old, but that was okay.
And kind of as you were leading up, as we're getting closer to the shooting back in August and September, he was getting mad at you a lot.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there were lots of red flags that were popping up everywhere. He's got a gun in his room. He's interested in mass shooters, which everybody knew about, right? He actually called you and asked you if you would still love him if he did something terrible. You specifically told Colin you need to get him treatment, right? And he's having anxiety attacks, right? But you never thought that he would ever do something like this, right? And you admitted, you said your daughter calls you oblivious. You're kind of oblivious to things, right? And you're oblivious to Colt's red flags, essentially, right? And you were in here listening to all those phone calls where Colt and your daughter are talking about what a popular mass shooter he is.
Yeah,
And that was really hard for you.
it was. It was devastating.
Because you never would have thought that your grandson, your favorite, would ever have been excited about being a popular mass shooter, right? Never in a million years would have thought that.
Never.
And you also don't know that if given the chance, he wouldn't do this again to get more notoriety, right? You
No,
can't say that.
No, I can't. Absolutely not. There's no way anybody could say that.
And you also know, and you said it, that the best place for him is in custody because that's where he has the most structure and that's where he thrives, right? And that's where he should stay, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Any redirect? All right, thank you. Come down.
That's my last question, Your Honor.
All right. Your client has a right to make a statement if he wants to. I don't know if you've discussed that today or...
We're not making a statement, Judge.
All right. You all ready for closings, or do you need a break?
I'd like a restroom.
All right. Take 10 minutes. the record, we're all present. State has the right to open and conclude.
Your Honor, the impulse in something like this would be to give an impassioned plea, but I can't match the eloquence of the victims when they spoke on Friday, and I cannot comprehend the depths of their loss. So I will leave that with them, because I think they touched on it perfectly. But I do want to talk about Mr. Gray. I think it's become abundantly clear through the state's presentation of evidence that the ultimate goal of all of his actions and his underlying motive was to be famous, not in the sense that we adults think of fame, but specifically famous and popular within this subculture community known as the TCC. He self-identified as this, and he was an active, exuberant member of this group. And when this case happened, coming into it with an adult's perspective, and the investigation caught Colt right then, and then quickly in the days after started to notice the guilt of his father, I kind of put aside thinking about Colt. And as the father's case went forward, I focused more on the father and what the father was doing, and it wasn't until after that trial, when we thought about this trial and this sentencing, that I started turning back to what was in Colt's mind. And I'd always just assumed that he was just this kid, had a bad upbringing, got wrapped up in this adoration of school shooters, and then he went and did this horrific act, and I just assumed that his response was, oh my God, what have I done? And it wasn't until this summer when I started digging into what Colt was thinking that the horror of what happened is not even the end of it. Because the shooting was not the culmination of the plan. The shooting was just one of the steps of the plan. The plan was ultimate and lifelong fame inside the TCC. He took steps before the shooting took place to put Easter eggs, callbacks into the case, anticipating today, anticipating these things, us being here, releasing them into the wild to keep his fame going. He put symbols and phrases on his rifle that all pertained to things that were important to the TCC. He staged his computer to look like Adam Lanza's. If you notice in those pictures, Adam Lanza had multiple screwdrivers around it set up in the middle of his room. He had multiple screwdrivers set up in the middle of his room and the hard drive open, exactly like Adam Lanza's. And it's not a coincidence, because you heard in his jail call him say, wait till the crime scene photos of my room are released. He thought about it ahead of time. The day he's doing the shooting, and he's supposed to be so lost in his mental illness, he has enough wherewithal to stage that in anticipation of the day in the future when they would be released. He sends the same text messages minutes before the shooting that Nicholas Primm sent. minutes before his shooting. This is not someone who's in some sort of uncontrollable emotional breakdown. He is still calculating up to the second of the shooting. He places his notebook on the desk to be found with all of those Easter eggs, referring back to Nicholas Primm, Adam Lanza, James Holmes, because he knows they will be released at his trial. And then the shooting came, the next step of his master plan. Jason Smith interviewed him within the hour of the shooting. And he continues. He has the mental wherewithal within an hour of the shooting to place more Easter eggs, more callbacks inside that interview. The purple gloves. He must have said the word purple 5-6 times. Calling back to Kyle Rittenhouse. Telling them that he called the hotline. A blatant lie. And another callback to James Holmes. He's saying this with more steps are being done to his ultimate goal of eternal fame after the shooting. He mimics Nick Cruz's arrest interview. I hear voices. Oh, I blacked out. This is not someone who's in an emotional breakdown and realizes, oh my God, what have I done? This is someone who's in the midst of their plan and they're still going through with it. Within a month, he's getting the word out through his mom. He's looking to see the posts, if he's popular or not. He has already sent pictures to Mandy for Mandy to release. They're released. He's so excited. And make no mistake, Marcy is disgusting, and her actions are contemptible. But he's the one that's directing her what to do. He's the one that says, pull up Tumblr. Pull up mass killers on Reddit. Call Mandy. Tell Mandy to do this. Make sure that happens. I know she's supposed to be the parent, but he's the one that's directing all this. On the day of his court hearing in May of 2025, 9 months after the shooting, he came into this courtroom for a hearing where the weight of what he has done is supposed to fall upon him. And he's supposed to contemplate his rehabilitation, his sentencing, what is going to happen to me legally that day. But what does he do that night when he gets home? He's back on the internet, back in the TCC, concerned about what those people in the TCC think about his hair. And he's saying, get the word out. I'm going to grow my hair back out because they liked it longer. He had a bad childhood. We're not contesting that. But the childhood he had, and to try and say that that had anything to do with what he did, is offensive to the thousands of children in Georgia who are truly, truly brutalized every year. I know he's had a bad upbringing, but like I said, the defects. In this courtroom, we've seen a lot worse. And he's the only one in the history of Georgia who has ever taken an assault rifle into a public school and opened fire on perfect strangers. simply so he could be famous. This is not easy, Your Honor. As the son of boys, the father of boys, I understand completely what Dr. Richards said. 14-year-olds have not fully formed into what they're going to become. I completely agree with that, and I understand that. But we've seen no evidence he has any ability to develop a conscience or any ability to ever fully value human life. It's like a shark in the swimming pool. I don't know why the shark's the way he is. Is he born that way? He had bad parenting? Is it instincts? Something terrible? It's truly evil? I don't know why the shark is the way the shark is. But I do know one thing. He can't be in my pool. Colt Gray cannot be in society. And I ask you to sentence him to life without the possibility of parole.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. There's a reason that our legal system treats children differently. And Mr. Smith has just talked about it as part of his closing. They are immature. They're not fully developed. The characters can be changed, molded, and mangled by whatever force grabs onto them when it's not filled with the proper things. Colt Gray's life was not filled with the proper things. His parents didn't give him any stability. His parents didn't give him any of his needs. His parents didn't give him proper medical care. And most importantly, they did not give him proper psychological and mental health care. When they saw him deteriorating, when they saw him drawing into himself, when they saw him disappearing into his room, what did they do? They spent their time in their own worlds, on drugs, buying guns, and splitting up and coming back together and splitting up and changing schools and giving absolutely no stability. Children, in the best of circumstances, need stability. Children that have special needs, by nature, need even more stability, more predictability, not less. Colt got less. Colt had issues that his grandmother was willing or able to identify when he was young that the parents didn't do anything about. Colt got less stability than he needed, which made him even more vulnerable. As we look at how we sentence somebody, and we're not taking the position that he didn't do something wrong and heinous and horrible, that has to be admitted, and he's admitted that. And he's come forward today. He could have had a trial, but he didn't. He spared the community the trial by stepping out to do a plea to admit his guilt. He admitted his guilt that day on 2 occasions. Now, there may be some conversation as to whether it was every fact that he put in those interviews was honest fact or not honest fact, or changed or manipulated. He was traumatized before he did the shooting, traumatized by his own actions, and the trauma continued after the shooting when he finally realized what he did. Yes, he had some bits of clarity, but that is driven not by evil intent, but by a desire to be accepted. And that has been the whole drive of what he's done in the TCC community. If we look at Dr. Richards' report, on his recommendation, the factors that we need to consider, which come out of Miller versus Alabama, on how we sentence children who have done bad things, we have to look at his maturity level. These situations that they're citing to happened when he was 11, 12, and 13. And everyone that has dealt with any child knows that 11, 12, and 13, they don't have any good sense, especially boys, when they're coming into that age range. Anything that's a risk is something that's worth doing. But when you're left isolated,
when you're left with no moral grounding, when you're left with no proper parental figure, you search for it somewhere else. You search for a model. You search for a hero. You search for a community that is accepting to you. That's where the vulnerability part comes in. He jumped onto a community that he could get accepted in and started reflecting. They call it mimicking. He's reflecting the behaviors of the people he's reading online. It's not that he's mimicking shooters. He's reflecting the behaviors of the community that seems to be willing to accept him, but his own parents won't. His own parents won't even give him the minimum that he needs to think of himself as being worthy. Yeah, he may not have been hearing the voices, but certainly he had and reflected ideations of wanting to end himself, but not. A level of self-hate that I can't begin to imagine. But that is the world that he was trying to cure by filling in with the world of the TCC and reflecting the same kinds of things that they were talking about. Well, I understand that the victims have lost a great deal in this. So Colt has not really lost because he didn't have. He didn't have those supports in his family, and he didn't have the help that he needed. His parents were obviously totally abject failures. But when we're looking again at somebody who was 11, 12, and 13 when they were trying to fill a hole, we can't say that from this day forward they will never be right again, because the law gives us some room to have that discretion. The law tells us we have to consider these factors of immaturity, vulnerability, and the potential of redemption, sometimes referred to in the law as incorrigibility. He is not irretrievably broken. That's been demonstrated by what he has done in DJJ. That's been demonstrated by the conversations and the development we've heard from both Ms. Brose and from Ms. Polhamus as to how he has changed when he finally got what he needed, which nobody had given him until this event. The idea of Easter eggs, you would have to assume a level of maturity of a 12 or 13-year-old to be able to plan that out and to think that through. And we also need to look at the dynamic of Marcy and Colt in those conversations. Because a few months before that, Marcy had threatened to kill him. And now he's having a conversation where his mother is actually engaging with him, not threatening him. We've heard about from Ms. Brose again, the DFACS cases where his mother had abused him, and his mother got drunk around him, or high, or whatever drug of choice she had at the time. And now she's in a conversation with her where she's laughing with him. It's not him encouraging her to do something bad. It's trying to hang on to something that he didn't have without these horrible events. Judge, this is a hard decision because so many folks have been injured in ways that are indescribable. We've heard them, the families, testify to the impact on their lives. But that impact does not overweigh the court's responsibility to look at the factors in Miller and to understand that Colt was at an extremely vulnerable time in his life when he didn't get what he needed at a very young age. And that certainly doesn't mean that once we give him what he needs now going forward, he can't be made a productive member of society. The minimum that we understand, Judge, is life with parole. He will be given a life sentence. With parole, it gives him an opportunity of hope. Hope is an important factor in somebody becoming a different person than when they start. And if we give him life without parole, then that takes away the hope and that takes away the ability for him to change. With the help of the psychotropic drugs,
with the counseling sessions, with the routine, with new structure and hope, he can ultimately be a person who contributes to the society at some point. Life without parole, Judge, I personally think as a policy matter is too harsh for any teenager. But I understand the law doesn't look at it that way. The law gives the court the discretion. The law gives the state the chance to prove that he is not redeemable. I don't think they proved that. They proved that what he did was very bad. They proved that what he did had some planning to it. But to the degree that he is such a twisted individual that he cannot be improved, I don't buy that. I don't think they proved that. I think what we have shown is that he can improve with the right help. And we're asking this court sentence him to the minimum, 1 count of life with parole.
Thank you. Any last words? All right. It's almost 2:30. I obviously have a lot of thoughts that I need to put to paper and organize. Do y'all have that flash drive you referenced?
Yes, sir. You put the file out on there.
I don't know how long it's going to take me. It often takes me longer than I think it's going to. So I would say I'll shoot for 3:40. That's an hour and 15 minutes from now. I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek. If I'm not done then, please wait longer. So 3:40 will be the goal. Thank you. present. You know, never before have I had to sentence a 16-year-old. Certainly for something someone did when they were 14 years of age. Those who appear regularly in front of me have often heard me lament about the difficulty in sending a young person to prison. And here, as everyone understands, the minimum sentence is life with parole. Now, the appellate courts have said that children are constitutionally different from adults for purposes of sentencing. That stems from an understanding that juveniles aren't fully formed cognitively. Hallmark features of a juvenile include immaturity, impulsivity, recklessness, and a failure to appreciate risk and consequences. And because of these factors, the Supreme Court says that the Eighth Amendment prohibits the death penalty for juveniles. The Supreme Court also disfavors life without parole for juveniles, declaring it to be a constitutionally forbidden, disproportionate sentence in all but the rarest of cases. Life without parole is thus authorized only for youthful crimes reflecting permanent incorrigibility. Life without parole is barred for crimes that are born out of a transient immaturity of youth. Now, I recognize that with your guilty plea, you've assumed responsibility for your crimes. You have made a lengthy and public trial unnecessary. I also recognize that you were failed by each of your parents. You were failed by your extended family. To a certain extent, you've been failed by a society that can't stop propagating this misguided value in online cultures and social media, rather than making genuine interpersonal connections and relationships. But that failure does not absolve you from who you chose to idolize, worship, and become. 4 lives were stolen, 2 of them really just beginning, and it wasn't done out of fear or anger. You weren't being bullied at Apalachee. It wasn't done out of hatred. You didn't even know anyone at that school. It was done for the infamy of it. Now, your childhood instability and neglect would explain or mitigate finding yourself in one of those problematic places that Dr. Richards testified about. But planning, fantasizing about, visualizing, and executing school shooting don't put you in a problematic place. It puts you in an unredeemable moral wasteland. Your crimes do reflect permanent incorrigibility, and I will sentence you to life without parole for each of the malice murders that you committed. You understood the horror of what you were going to do. You studied the trials of those other shooters. You even critiqued the victim statements given in those cases, and yet you did this anyway. You wrote, "I want to make history. I want people to remember the pain I caused." And there you succeeded. The pain that you visited upon this community is unlikely to disappear in my lifetime. You do not seem to be tormented by what you did. You seem to relish following in the footsteps of the murderers you idolize. You aren't racked with guilt. You're proud of yourself. Less than a month after the tragedy, you weren't concerned with the horror you wrought, but rather with finding out which mass murderers they were comparing you to. A youth may fail to consider the harm his rash actions inflict before acting, but you did consider it. You studied that pain when you researched the trials of your profane idols. You contemplated that pain over and over. This wasn't transient immaturity. It was deliberate, contemplated evil. You were all too aware of the court outcome of those mass shootings because you studied and obsessed over them. You know that the Aurora Theater shooter received life without parole. Nicholas Cruz received life without parole. Ethan Crumley, a juvenile, received life without parole. Yet you were not dissuaded. Your plan was not hastily hatched. It was a slow boil simmering more than a year's time. You savored the thought of it, you visualized it, and you fantasized about it. You broke it down step by step in visualizing what you were going to do. The thought of mimicking these other mass murders is what brought you joy. Now, for the rest of us, there is no joy here today. There's only a measure of closure. The slain will not return to life, the injured will not forget their wounds, and a 16-year-old boy will live and die in prison. You have certain post-plea appellate rights I need to inform you of. You have a right to file a notice for a discretionary appeal within 30 days of today's date. You can have a lawyer represent you for that, but you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You have a right to file a motion to withdraw this guilty plea because it's less than 30 days before the term of court ends. You have to file that within 30 days of today's date. That would be to correct a manifest injustice. You do have a right to a court-appointed attorney for that post-plea appellate right. If you need a court-appointed attorney, you need to promptly apply for one so that one can be appointed to meet that 30-day deadline. You also have a right to file a petition for habeas corpus to challenge any legal errors in the proceeding, any violations of your constitutional rights. That is a civil proceeding for which you do not have the right to court-appointed counsel. Each of the malice murders will be life without parole, concurrent to one another. The felony murders and the related aggravated assaults for those all merge as a matter of law. Each of the aggravated batteries will be 20 years to be served in confinement consecutive to the life without parole. The aggravated assaults and the cruelty to children that do not otherwise legally merge will be 20 years concurrent to the life without parole. Is there anything else I need to address?
20 years on the aggravated battery consecutive, are they concurrent with each other?
Yes. All right. We're adjourned.
With him off the bench, that camera needs to be off.
If we get everybody before they start